Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Sound check, 1, 2, 3.
We're live. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to Planning Committee. I'm calling this meeting to order for October 3rd, 2023. All electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. In chambers, we have Councillor Jeff Beattie, Councillor Kassar, Councillor Wang, Councillor Kretsch. Online, I see Councillor Wilson, Maureen Wilson, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Tattison, Councillor Pauls, and Councillor Francis. And just if you're wondering, I had a bit of a cold over the weekend. I did a rapid test this morning. It's good, but I am a big fan of masks, so I don't get you sick. Clerk Kelsey, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Chair Danko, there are changes. Under delegation requests, we have added 6.2, Kevin Freeman respecting sign variance appeal for 523 Carlisle Road, which is item 11.1, and that's for today's meeting. And then under public hearings, 10.4, the application for zoning bylaw amendment for lands at 1177, 1183, and 1187 West 5th Street. There's a revised Appendix B. And we had added staff presentations for items 9.1, 10.2, 10.3, 10.4, 10.5, and 11.1.
Thank you. We need a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Pauls. All in favor or opposed? Carries, thank you. Are there any declarations of interest this morning? Seeing none. We have some new staff introductions. Susan?
Thank you. Through the chair, Susan Nicholson, Deputy City Solicitor, Commercial Policy Development, Legal Services. It is my opportunity today to introduce Paula Botis. She has joined us as a new planning solicitor in legal services. Paula, who is on video at the moment, comes to the city with extensive planning development experience in both private and public sectors, and we're very pleased to welcome her to our planning team. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Paula. Did you have anything you wanted to say to committee?
Other than it's my pleasure to be here, and I very much look forward to working with everyone. Thank you.
Excellent. We're glad to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then Steve Robichaud, I believe you have a couple staff to introduce.
Good morning, Mr. Deputy Chair. Yes, I'm pleased to announce we have two new staff that started with us last week. Sean Kenny is the manager of site plans, and he will be in the heritage and urban design section, and he will be responsible for everything site plan related. Sean has extensive experience working at the municipalities in terms of development planning and committee of adjustment. He ran the committee of adjustment in the city of Mississauga, so welcome, Sean. And secondly, we have Dave Hayworth, who is the new manager of sustainable communities. Dave has extensive experience working at the upper and lower tier in Niagara region area. He worked in the local municipalities as well as the region, and Dave will be leading the sustainable community section, so essentially all things related to our policy development group as well as our new neighborhood planning and community planning, especially for the urban boundary expansions. Dave will be leading that team. As well as I'd also like to introduce two staff that have been with us for a couple of months now, but because of holidays and vacations and other things, I didn't get a chance to introduce them to committee. We have Tricia Collingwood, and she is the manager of the West Development Team and overseeing business facilitation as well. She joins us. She was previously with the city or the town of Oakville, and she will be leading that group. And Reno DeBello is also, he's been with us for a couple of years, and he is now the manager of development planning on the East team, and I have not had an opportunity to introduce them at Planning Committee, as well as a result of Jeanette Smith's retirement and Jason Thorne assuming the city manager's role. Jason asked me to become acting general manager. Anita Fayback will be the acting chief planner until the middle of November, and I'm supporting Tricia and Reno will be rotating in terms of acting director, assuming Anita's roles. And then for the second half of this year, going into December, Shannon Mackay will be the acting chief planner. And then if it goes into the new year, Ken Coit will be acting chief planner. So a little bit of Hollywood happening within planning. But we have a very good management leadership team right now. And I think we're well placed as we move forward with some of the challenges facing us going into 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I guess I can call you General Manager, Robichaud. And welcome Susan, Steve, and Tricia, and being bounced around Reno and Anita and Shannon. That's excellent to hear. Thank you. Approval of the minutes from the previous meeting. So we have September 14th, the special Greenbelt meeting, and the 19th, and September 19th. So I need a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes of September 14th and September 19th as presented. Moved by Councillor Cassar, seconded by Councillor Tattison. All in favor or opposed? That carries unanimously. Delegation requests. Item 6.1 is a request from the West End Home Builders Association.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes?
I think you skipped a couple pages. We have page 6 is communications.
I got 4.
Are you?
No? I'm missing communications. So, thank you. That's okay. Item 5.1 is communication from Elizabeth Knight respecting implementing a new noise bylaw for excessive loud vehicles. I need a mover and a seconder to receive this communication. Moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Is there any discussion on this? Councillor Alex Wilson, go ahead.
Just wondering if it'd be possible to get a comment from bylaw staff and if they're in the room on what's been considered about this before. I don't think this is a new conversation to Hamilton, so just a quick overlay of maybe what we've considered so far and if we're aware of the Brampton bylaw.
Yep.
Through the chair, Dan Smith, Acting Director, Licensing and Bylaw Services. Our department our division has looked into this in the past. We've worked with Hamilton Police on it. We lack some authority in the ability to pull vehicles over, same as police. It was determined at the time we were looking into some municipality comparisons related to, I think it was motorcycle noise specifically we looked at. I don't know if it was specific to just general vehicular traffic. I know that we had worked alongside the municipality of Guelph to speak with them on what their investigation entailed. They did some work at parking lots, but it was on a voluntary basis where they voluntarily asked motorcycles to show up to the location, have a noise meter reading of the vehicle just to make sure they were in compliance with Highway Traffic Act rules. And then that's the final piece, is a lot of this is through the Highway Traffic Act and what is permitted and what is not permitted. So we would just be a supporting piece with the Hamilton Police on that front. I can follow up with any further discussion that was detailed on that, Councillor. But at this time, that's the information that I have and recall from that investigation and work we had done. It would have been pre-COVID.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. Yeah, I think that is clarifying. My understanding is in Brampton, bylaw has some decibel measuring machines, but they have the same issue where their bylaw teams can't pull over moving vehicles on a roadway. And so they've introduced a bylaw, but I think there's a question about the enforceability of that bylaw. It has some pretty steep fines as well. And so maybe that's the deterrent in itself. I do know that staff have considered these things before. Happy to follow up offline. Just it's on our public agenda. Wanted to get that kind of public comment there that, it's not that we're not looking at this, or it's not that we haven't considered it as a problem. It's finding an enforceable solution, or finding a solution that's not just words on a paper, but actually leads to some action, is what I'm hearing from staff is the real outcome here. And I think that's something committee and the public is interested in as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So not seeing any further discussion on this item, I think I had a mover and a seconder to receive. All in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. Item 5.2, Russell Cheeseman for Browns Wharf Development, respecting designation of 54 and 56 Hess Street South. I need a mover and a seconder to receive the communication or refer it to consideration of item 11.2. Mover, Councillor Wang, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Beattie. Any discussion? Seeing none. I'm back on track, so I can hand these back. That carries unanimously, thank you. So item 6, our delegation requests. So 6.1, West End Home Builders Association, the Chamber of Commerce, and Smart Prosperity Institute respecting Who Will Swing the Hammer report. This is a request for the October 17th meeting. And item 6.2, Kevin Freeman respecting sign variance appeal for Carlisle Road. This is item 11.1 for today's meeting. We move in a seconder to approve the delegation request for the meeting dates as requested. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Cassar. All in favor or opposed? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Item 7.1 is delegation from Bernadette Bowen respecting the enclosure of twin compactors at Canadian Tire on 777 Upper James Street. This was approved for the September 19th meeting. So Bernadette, please come down to the podium. And when you're all set up, I believe you have a couple photos and videos for us. And,
yes, I do.
And you have 5 minutes, and there might be some questions afterwards.
Okay, Councillor.
So whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay, I'm a neighbour at the back of Canadian Tire on Upper James. Back in 1990, we had a neighbourhood meeting right here at the City Hall with Canadian Tire, Councillor Merlin, God rest him, he was here, and we came to the agreement that they were allowed to install one small compactor, fully enclosed, soundproofed, so that it wouldn't disturb the neighbours. There was to be no open dumpsters. The gates were to be locked at 7 p.m. and opened again at 7 a.m. Since then, everything has gone belly up, so to speak. They're not following any of the rules. I came home one day to find a second dumpster or a second compactor installed. So now it is twice the length that it was supposed to have been. If you notice in the photograph there of the winter, it's an enclosed compartment. But again, that wasn't even soundproofed. It's just plywood doors that are on that. And I have been phoning Canadian Tire continuously, and they're not cooperating with me. And I got some cheeky comments from them saying, that's what you get for living behind a commercial building. They're not willing to work with us. And it's just getting, I can't even sit out on my back garden because of the noise. And it's really getting to my nervous system. I'm very frustrated by it. So I don't know if the video shows the noise, does it? Yeah. But I phoned bylaw and they came and they said that yes, it shouldn't be that way. And I got emails saying that a permit was issued for rebuilding, but nothing has taken place. And then they reinstalled a door on the side of the compactors so that the delivery guy who dumps them can get in and crank up the machinery. So it's gotten worse.
So we're just seeing the video behind you there.
Yeah. And if you notice, it's just a simple fence that separates my garden from the dumpster. So. Not hearing any volume.
So we're not hearing the sound? No.
Yeah, and so anyway, like I said, I phoned the bylaw and I've been in touch with the managers at Canadian Tire, and they are forever leaving those doors open, and there's been homeless people walking down the back at night. It's very unsafe, and I'm just very frustrated by it. We're paying property taxes and we're getting nothing for it, you know, so.
We're going to see if we can get this to play with audio. Here we go.
Till about 8:30, 9 o'clock at night, continuously. And now he has two of them doing that. There's one there at that door opening. That door used to be closed when it was the single compactor. But there's an additional one at the other end of that. So much for a quiet coffee in your back garden.
Thank you.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Bernadette.
You're welcome.
Councillor Wang, if you don't mind taking the chair, I have a couple questions. Mike?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So just so I'm clear, Bernadette, on the history of this. So your understanding was that you had a meeting with Canadian Tire in the city
Yes.
back
1990s.
in the 90s. And the community agreed that if the compactor was small, it was fully enclosed and soundproof, there was controlled access, that you weren't going to oppose this at the Committee of Adjustment.
That's correct. Yeah.
And then the Committee of Adjustment subsequently provided a approval with specific conditions that the compactors be in a soundproof enclosure.
That's right. And we even allowed them to put it that much closer to our boundary, like the garden boundary. But if I'd have known now what I'm hearing now, I would not have approved that. Like I wouldn't have agreed to it. And like they say, once things are in place, it's hard to get rid of them.
And for all these years, it was in place, it was fine, but
Yeah.
it was just, I think it was in the spring of
2021, actually.
the spring of 2021, they installed these extra large compactors that don't fit in the existing.
They don't, they extend outside of it, both ends.
Okay.
So it's more than twice as long as what it should have been. And I'm actually hearing the rumbling of it when they're removing them in the front of the house, in the kitchen. And now it's affecting your front living quarters, you know. And you wonder where it's going to stop. And they have a forklift that continuously goes up and down that back passageway and storing wooden pallets. And that's going back and forth when they should be storing that at the front where the garden centre is. But they don't listen to you when you phone to complain about it. They just brush you off.
They don't listen to you, they also don't listen to the city.
Okay. They're the big
But
guys,
we'll
right?
get into that a little bit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor.
Back to you.
Are there any other questions from committee? Councillor McMeekin?
I think you, Chair Danko, asked a helpful question around the history. And we hear these kinds of stories all the time, you know, agreements made and various forms of abuse inflicted on our beleaguered citizens. Nobody should have to put up with this kind of nonsense. And thank you, Ms. Bowen, for coming and sharing it. I'd be a little ticked off if I were there and this kind of crap was going on.
Yeah.
And the fact that they don't listen to the city, I mean, I'm surprised they wouldn't listen to someone as gentle and as kind as Ms. Bowen, but if they're not going to listen to the city as well, and who ideally has some kind of enforcement power, then it's time for us to act with some boldness. I mean, you can't in good faith make an agreement with citizens and then just arbitrarily break it because it happens to serve your corporate model. That's not the kind of partnership, peace where there is no peace. That's not the kind of relationship we want to see in our city. So thank you for coming.
Thank you for listening.
It is, well, we do listen, and I think we need to show some resolve that a woman can fight City Hall. Not City Hall. She doesn't have to fight City Hall. Can join with City Hall to fight a good cause. So thanks for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think there is a question from Councillor Pauls as well. Councillor Pauls?
Thank you. And I'm just wondering, when you call bylaw, does bylaw actually find them? Or we just say we're working on it? What has happened with bylaw?
Well, when I phoned to find out what status it was at, they wouldn't tell me because I wasn't the company. Because I was a neighbour, they wouldn't divulge anything to me. But one of the constables did say to me that if I could find the letter that stated a single compactor, then it would be a different story. They could enforce it. So I did find the letter, and I forwarded it on, but I haven't heard anything since then. All I heard was that, yes, the permit had been issued, the building permit had been issued, and I was waiting for things to start taking place. And I thought, okay, I saw workmen back there one day, and they'd cut out a hole in the side of the wall to put a door so the maintenance guy could get in and work on the compactors. So it was like they were staying their ground and not listening to me at all.
Well, I'm just wondering, maybe I should ask bylaw, did we fine them for breaking the law? In a way, you know, it was what, 20 years ago? It was said one, now there's two. And as you know, our city is growing. Obviously, they probably need to, but maybe it's another location we need to find. I'm wondering if I could ask bylaw, what was done to it? Did we find them?
So we're going to receive Bernadette's delegation.
Okay, and then
I do have a motion, and then we can ask bylaw for the enforcement history.
this would be interesting to find out. But I just wanted to say, it's Canadian Tire. At least, there's lots of noise. I can't believe it. Not how you can live there with that noise and enjoy it. But I'm wondering, I'm glad that it's not any food because you would have smell as well. So I'm glad. I'm not glad that there's noise, but I'm glad there's.
There's dust from dust that comes up from their. They have a metal dumpster out there, and I wash my car, and the next minute there's a layer of dust on it from their. And at 4 o'clock in the morning, there's people dumpster diving, getting scrap metal.
Wow.
There's elderly people on the street, and I mean, it's so close.
And this is a safety issue now we're talking about. Yes.
I did catch a video of a guy who had climbed over the fence and came walking down my driveway.
Wow.
So the potential for break-in is really high. And I pointed that out, but they didn't listen.
Well, thank you for coming and bringing it to our awareness, because we will definitely help you out here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions. Oh, sorry. Councillor Cretch?
Hi, yeah, thanks so much, and thanks for coming in and sharing both the history of this and what's been going on. I don't know the area very well, but I'm assuming that this is impacting residents on Terrace Drive, because that'd be the street where the Canadian Tire backs onto.
That's right, yeah.
And because I don't know the area very well, I just wonder if you could just answer one question about where you see the impact. I mean, is it pretty much happening all along Terrace Drive? Because you're close to the compactor, obviously, and your back garden backs onto it. But have you spoken with your neighbors, and what have they said? I'm curious.
Yes, actually, a couple of the neighbors wanted to come today, but one of them's like elderly, and the other one's just fighting cancer right now. But she is at the other end of the compactor, the secondary one. So it's really that midsection of about 4 homes that interfere with the compactor. And then the rest is just the traffic delivery trucks to Food Basics and that.
Yeah, thanks so much. I just wanted to paint the picture for others, just so they understood, like there's the topography of the area. There's a residential street, and there's compactors at either end of that one block of the street, and it's kind of backing onto a bunch of folks. Thanks for being here today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions, so thank you, Bernadette. We're going to receive the delegation. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Beattie. All in favor? Thank you, Bernadette. Thank you. And then, as I mentioned, I do have a motion in response. So I'm going to ask Councillor Wang to take the chair.
Go ahead.
And then if committee has any questions for MLE or the building department. So I did circulate this previously. Sorry, that carries. Councillor Wang, you have the chair. So I did circulate this direction previously. So if I can have a volunteer to second, Councillor McMeekin, thank you. It's that the City Hamilton staff, 1, review and implement every enforcement option available to compel Canadian Tire, the current registered owner of 777 Upper James Street, to immediately complete the construction of a full soundproof compactor enclosures in accordance with the original 1987 Committee of Adjustment Terms of Approval. And 2, that staff review the entire property at 777 Upper James for all violations of current zoning bylaw 05200 and approved site plans, including delivery locations and access, lot entrance locations, lot line offsets, residential buffer zones and planting strips, soundproofing, pedestrian and vehicular hazards, and report back on options to compel Canadian Tire to upgrade the property in its entirety to the current provisions of 05200, including but not limited to city-initiated site-specific rezoning as required. And I'll just speak to this briefly because this is something that the Ward 8 office has been involved with since 2021, since it was first brought to our attention. And we've been working very closely with municipal law enforcement who have been very helpful. And as the resident noted, we do have the original Committee of Adjustment agreements that permitted this to happen in the first place. And those agreements specifically say that as the residents agreed to, in order for this to go forward, they do specifically say that the compactors are to be in a fully soundproof enclosures. And as you can see, what was presented, they are no longer in a soundproof enclosure. So it seems on the surface fairly simple that there is an agreement in place, along with access to the rear of the building that is to be controlled by gates, and to not have any open waste and so on. So unfortunately, we have run into a bit of an issue. So first of all, it took a long time, more than a year, to actually get Canadian Tire to agree to build these enclosures in the first place, as per the agreement. They eventually, once we got up to the real estate trust component above the local Canadian Tire store owner, agreed to do it. They filed for building permits, and that's where this work is stalled, because their legal team has determined that under 05200, the current zoning bylaw, that it is not required to have soundproofing for these kinds of facilities, and therefore their opinion is that the previous Committee of Adjustment approval no longer applies. So if that is the case, that is okay with me, because in my mind then that says that none of the historic provisions that are currently in place for the entire property apply either, in which case we can bring them all up to standard to 05200. There are significant historic grandfathered allowances that are already in place on that property. Property entrances, planting strips, locations of some of their parking lots. There's quite a bit there that is non-conforming. So we can ask our staff to review the entire property and hopefully reach a resolution on this issue. So that's all I have to say. I'll just finish with, it's incredibly frustrating that I have to ask a resident to come here and present this today. Something that, as was mentioned, is not just impacting her, it's the entire street. And trying to work with Canadian Tire as a good corporate neighbor to just do the agreement that they originally agreed to, just to uphold that, and them refusing to do that, refusing to, really have any dialogue with the city at all. You would think that a good corporate neighbor, somebody that, has their feel-good ads on TV about Canadian Tire Canada's hardware store, would be willing to do this just because it's the right thing to do. And they know it's the right thing to do. So I'm just sharing my frustration with that, and we need a resolution to this. It is completely unfair to the residents who, in good faith, allowed this to happen in the first place. So thank you. You keep the chair.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Danko. I recognize Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Just a couple questions for staff. Incredibly supportive of the motion. I didn't hear if there was a seconder. If there needs to be one, happy to be it. But if that seat's filled, great. I am curious, through you, Chair, just if Bylaw would be able to comment on, across the city, super anecdotal, understand there's not going to be data prepared for this meeting. How many of these are there? Because I can think of a Ward 13 example where there's also a historic agreement that's been brokered at the planning stage that's also now not being violated. And our office has not been since 2021, but has been kind of maybe a couple years behind Councillor Danko's office in following up. And this might be where we get in a couple months. And so I'm just wondering, is this a one-off problem in the city where there's 3 or 4 of these where we have neighbors beside industrial bays and there's this tension, or is this a common complaint that we're hearing from areas where we have auto bays, and is this something that might be more beneficial to, like, moving forward with this motion today, but thinking about, do we need to do something holistic or organization-wide? So curious to rephrase, through you, Chair, if staff could provide a comment on how many of these complaints or the types of complaints we're hearing across the city, and if they have any feedback on the value potentially in a holistic review or a holistic approach across the city, or if a piece-by-piece approach. So those are my two questions.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I think Acting Director Smith.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Do you mind if I ask a clarifying question? Is the question, Councillor, related to other properties which may have compactors and potential disturbance issues for residents, or is it related to past Committee of Adjustment decisions that may not apply due to a zoning bylaw change?
It is more specifically about the conflict of uses between compactors, auto bays, all those types of high noise places that are often finding themselves in plazas, like not necessarily high industrial. So those high noise pieces that are finding themselves in residential neighborhoods or near residential neighborhoods that through the site plan stage may have had agreements that are now not being followed, is I think the tension that's happening here. So just wondering if we're getting a lot of noise complaints and if this is something that may warrant further looking at across the city. I think all of us only have our ward perspective on it a lot of the times in these conversations. And I think if all of us are going, oh, yep, I know what that file is in my ward, I have to wonder if we shouldn't take a citywide approach or if a ward by ward or a file by file approach is still the best way to approach this.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I don't have all of that information on hand. However, I can speak to the noise piece in a general sense, and then I may see if our planning partners want to speak to any site plan comments that they have. Related to noise on these commercial properties, whether it's compactors or other uses, if it's mechanical, provided that the equipment that's being used, and specifically a compactor, is operating in a way that is not malfunctioning, operating in a way that it's intended to be operated, they would be permitted to use it during business hours. And the noise that emanates from that, as I said, provided it's in a mechanically suitable, functioning way, would not violate our noise bylaw. So we do get complaints from time to time from residents that ask these questions. We do provide that education. We do go and do an investigation as well to ensure that it is operating the way it's intending to be operating or intended to be operated. But the number I don't have with me right now.
Thank you. That does, and again, wasn't expecting a comprehensive answer, but just kind of a yes, we get a lot, or no, we don't. And so hearing that there are examples beyond the two that I'm, like the one that we've heard a delegation of and the one that I'm thinking of, happy to do some follow up there. Just a final question from me on when those investigations happen. Is MLE investigating based on this is mechanical noise and it's properly suited, or is it investigating based on what those agreements were, whether it's from the 1990s or earlier? Because oftentimes we have agreements that are, yes, you can do this, but the agreement is the doors will be closed. And now what we're finding is those doors are open, or other types of situations like that. So when those investigations are happening, are they happening in a site-specific way that encompasses maybe site-specific limitations that may go further than the standard bylaw, or is it just looking at the standard bylaw? Just so, because of this example that we're hearing about from the delegate today, because of other examples, just kind of understanding that a lot of those agreements influence really what's happening for neighbors and quality of life on the ground.
Okay, thank you. Director?
Through the chair, we would be investigating for anything site-specific on that property. And one thing that I'll add that I failed to mention in my previous comment is that we do engage with the Ministry of Environment as well related to industrial commercial noise on these specific properties. We work along with them to see if there's a mechanism that the ministry may also have in order to apply and enforce on a property.
Councillor?
Yeah, those are my questions. Really appreciate diving into this. And I know my team's already sending some emails, so we'll be following up offline on some Ward 13 specific files, but just want to thank both the resident, the delegate for coming out, for staff for answering the questions, and for the mover for this motion. I think this is something that we're hearing about a lot and that a lot of residents are looking for answers on. So hopefully we can get a win here, and that can lead to more wins across our city.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I recognize Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. I I appreciate the previous speaker and the points raised. Yes, we're all dealing with sometimes these corporate giants. So the only thing I would like to add for the information of people out there listening, in 2023, Canadian Tire Inc. Enjoyed revenues of $13.7 billion and profits of $802 million. So to the councillor's point, the mover, this is ultimately really disappointing and not in keeping with being a good neighbor and a good corporate citizen. And I would think it does not align with their very slick advertisements, particularly at Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Seeing no other speakers, we do already have a mover and seconder. May I have the vote, please? And that vote carries 10-0. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Bernadette. So moving on, we are on item 7.2. This is Kevin Freeman respecting site sign variance appeal for 523 Carlisle Road. Kevin, if you're in attendance. Not seeing Kevin in chambers. Is he maybe online? Kevin Freeman? Yes, okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wait 1 second.
Councillor Wang, could you just take the chair?
And I recognize, Mr. Chairman, that I believe staff also had a presentation. Would it be helpful for me to go first with my presentation, or should staff go first with their presentation?
No, you would go first because this is the time for delegations. So this is your time. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Sure, no problem. Is it possible for me to share my screen?
Are you also able to turn on your camera so we can see you?
Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay, so Mr. Freeman, do you have your presentation? Because you are able to share through your computer.
I do. Just 1 second here, please. Is that visible to everyone?
Yes.
Okay,
Please
thanks
go
very
ahead.
much. So good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Committee. My name is Kevin Freeman. I'm the Director of Planning and Development with CanF Group of Companies. And I don't want to take up too much of your time this morning, but I'm here before you today. I thought it would be helpful to provide some further context with respect to our request for sign variance for 523 Carlisle Road, and just to introduce who we are as a company. So CanF Group of Companies was founded by Mr. Iggy Canef in the 1950s. Mr. Canef came to Canada from Bulgaria with $5 in his pocket, worked extremely hard, and was able to successfully transform a small construction company into the company that it is today. It's become a trademark of our company to have our logo on our buildings and golf courses. It was really a point of pride for Mr. Canef to make his company's presence known within the community in which he was invested. You'll notice on all of our buildings that our company logo is often front and center. So the sign variance request before you today is to allow our company logo to occupy a blank facade of an existing telecommunications tower that's currently located in the middle of our 160-acre golf course property located at 523 Carlisle Road. We've installed similar signage on existing telecom towers on our golf courses in both Brampton and Milton. Both municipalities had no concerns with us adding our company logo to the telecom tower, considering what we're proposing is rather simple, non-imposing, scale appropriate, and is occupying a blank facade of an existing telecom tower. The existing telecom tower is located approximately 650 meters from Carlisle Road and 450 meters from Millborough Town Line. You can see here on the screen is a mock-up of the proposed signage. The sign is not required for wayfinding and does not include a municipal address, which is a bylaw requirement for a ground sign. It's more so for visual reference and to serve as a visual cue for golfers who are playing the course. The next few slides are a couple of street views just to identify the location of the tower relative to the street, Carlisle Road and Millborough Town Line. This is from Carlisle Road. This is the entrance to our golf course here. This is an existing residential property. You cannot see the telecommunications tower in the horizon. On the next slide, shifting about 25, 30 feet to the west, closer to our entrance, you can see the location of the telecommunications tower on the horizon. As I mentioned, it's about 650 meters away from Carlisle Road. This is the intersection of Carlisle Road and Millborough Town Line where you can see the telecommunications tower. It's actually one of the only locations where you can actually see the telecommunications tower from the road. You can see it in the horizon here. Most of Millborough Town Line and Carlisle Road, there's a lot of mature landscaping, mature trees along the street frontage that really provides a block of any view towards the telecommunications tower. So section 2.3 of the sign bylaw speaks to the intent and purpose of the bylaw to regulate signs in the city with the intent of authorizing signs that are appropriate in size, number, and location to the type of activity or use to which they pertain, are compatible with their surroundings, do not create a distraction or safety hazard for pedestrians and motorists, and minimize adverse impacts on nearby public and private property. So the proposed signage satisfies all content and location related criteria for a ground sign, with the exception that the sign does not provide a property address on it. It is simply the structural related requirements that we are not able to comply with through the bylaw. So section 5.11 of the sign bylaw includes requirements for alternative types of signage and notes that no permit is required for signs under this subsection. This includes a branding sign, which is a sign that appears on any surface on a property except the wall of a building and has no independent structure of its own, except consisting of the following: the name of the business on the property, the registered trademark of the business on the property, the ownership of the business on the property, or the name of an activity, product, or service available or to be available on the property. So considering the review of section 5.11, it's my opinion that the proposed signage qualifies as a branding sign under section 5.11 of the bylaw, considering that it includes the name of our company, has no independent structure of its own, and it's proposed to be affixed to an existing structure that serves an entirely different purpose and function in and of itself. So in conclusion, we respectfully request that Planning Committee consider our sign variance request as proposed. I appreciate your time and opportunity to speak to this item and would be happy to answer any questions that anyone might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Are there any questions from committee? Councillor McMeekin?
Yes, thanks very much, Chair Danko. Mr. Freeman, this particular request has a long history. I think it goes back to 2014. Can you confirm that?
That's correct. I believe there was a sign variance application made, which was then subsequently appealed. And then I don't believe that a report had ever came back to Planning Committee for consideration.
We've been trying to get a handle on this, Chair, for several months now, and there was the suggestion made that back in the mid 2014-15 area that there was an application that went to the Committee of Adjustment, was approved, but nobody could find the paperwork. And we pushed and pushed and pushed and said, come on, somebody somewhere has got to have the paperwork for this application. And it just either didn't exist, wasn't a true indication of what had happened, or simply couldn't be found. And that caused some distress, I think. Mr. Freeman, can you confirm that basic background information?
Yeah, through the chair, that's my understanding as well. That I did follow up with staff to try to understand myself more of the history associated with this file. I was not with CanApp Group of Companies in 2014, but I understand that that's when the original sign variance request was made.
Okay, I know this property well, so I'll save my comments for when we get into the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further questions for committee, so thank you for your delegation. New mover and a seconder to receive, moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Beattie. All in favor or opposed? And that is unanimous. Thank you. On to item 9.1. This is the appeal of Urban Hamilton Official Plan Amendment application UHOPA 23-001 and zoning bylaw amendment application ZAC 23-001 for non-decision for lands located at 499 Mohawk Road East in Hamilton. There is a staff presentation. Does committee wish to see the staff presentation? Yes, Councillor Pauls is the ward councillor. Spencer Skidmore and Aminu Bello are available.
Good morning, members of the committee, the public, and staff in attendance. My name is Aminu Bello. I'm a planner with the Planning and Economic Development Department, Planning Division. I'll be here today to discuss the application as appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 499 Mohawk Road for our official plan amendment application and a zoning bylaw amendment application for the subject property. Here we have an aerial of the subject lands. The lands measure 3.99 hectares in size and have frontage along Upper Sherman Avenue and Mohawk Road East in the area of the mountain in Ward 8. Here we have, Ward 7. Also, the lands are occupied currently by commercial uses, notably retailers of commercial nature, formerly a Walmart site, measures, again, 3.9 hectares in size. Just for context, the lands are designated or identified as neighborhoods in the Urban Hamilton Official Plan, Schedule E, and we have a star donated here on the property at the corner of Upper Sherman Avenue and Mohawk Road East. Again, here's the Schedule E1 of the Urban Hamilton Official Plan. The lands are designated District Commercial in the Urban Hamilton Official Plan, and the applicant has proposed to redesignate the subject lands to a mixed-use, medium-density designation in the Urban Hamilton Official Plan to facilitate development of 1,995 dwelling units comprised of multiple dwellings ranging in heights between 25 stories, 8 stories in heights, dispersed throughout the development, and townhouse dwellings around the periphery of the site at 3 stories in height. Again, we have the application for a zoning bylaw amendment, which the applicant proposes to rezone the lands from the district commercial zone in the Hamilton zoning bylaw 05200 to a C5 mixed-use medium-density zone in zoning bylaw 05200 to facilitate the development of the lands that I mentioned earlier. Just for context, here we have an aerial of the subject lands looking from Mohawk Road, looking north. We can see the existing retail uses. Here, this is an image looking at the intersection of Mohawk Road and Upper Sherman. Again, we have the low-density residential over to the east and some low-story commercial uses at the corner. Again, this is a view looking south on Upper Sherman Avenue. We can see an existing multiple dwelling ranging in heights of 10 stories and low density residential over to the east. Again, we have another view looking from Mohawk Road in the east direction. Again, we have multiple dwellings ranging in heights between 10 stories, 11 and 6 stories in height. And another area view looking west from Mohawk Road, just to give a character of the area. A last image looking to the west of the existing single detached homes located around this site. Here we have a concept plan here showing the development. So as I mentioned earlier, there's 8 multiple dwellings sprinkled throughout the site with townhouses around the periphery. The 25-story buildings are located at the intersection of Mohawk Road and Upper Sherman, and they have podiums, and the maximum height proposed there is 25 stories. Interior to the site, there's a mix of dwelling heights ranging from 20 to 15 to 8 stories with step backs and different heights for a variety of development, and also a pedestrian-oriented corridor that runs along the center for amenity space. Here we have the proposed elevations. The view looking on the top right of our screen is Upper Sherman looking east. And the bottom image is looking at Mohawk Road in the north direction. Again, we have elevations proposed looking at the interior of the site, looking south, upper image, and also looking north in the image in the lower part of our screen. This is just a aerial, or sorry, not an aerial, I keep saying that, a concept rendering showing the 25-story buildings located at the intersection, as well as the other dwellings in the background, ranging in heights between 15, 20, 8 stories. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minu. Are there any questions from committee? And if you could just drop the presentation so I can see the members that are joining us online. Councillor Pauls, I'll go to you first as the ward councillor.
Thank you very much. I know, Benu, you were at that meeting when residents came out, and it wasn't only the residents in Ward 7, but there were residents in Ward 6 and also in Ward 8. And you say, why such a range? It's because it affects everyone that drives along that way. My first question is, this is the first time I went to a meeting when we had over, I'm sure it was over 250 people there. It was at a Ukrainian church, and it was in the winter months, and people came out because they were really concerned. And the things that they were concerned about was the privacy of their homes. Now that, just imagine, 2 25-story residential, 1 20-story, 2 15-story, and 7 3-story townhouses. Just imagine that in a small area. I think it's less than 10 acres. I think it's 9 acres. So people were really concerned. But my question is, and the concerns were great. I mean, think about it, traffic, the impact. We have Macassa there, and we have a park for soccer. Right now, there's a parking issue right now without these buildings, and they said they would attract over 2,000 residents. Multiply that by 2 or maybe 3. That's 5,000 people to 6,000 people in that little area. So, but my question is, I know all the reasons why people didn't want it, and people are emailing me now constantly saying, what's going on? I'm wondering, can you tell me what the process is when a developer goes to the OLT? Do people around the area know that that was the decision? What is the process?
Through the chair to Councillor Pauls. So there is a separate process through the Ontario Land Tribunal. And essentially, what we'll be seeing here is a instruction report that staff will put forward at a separate planning committee. And that will provide planning committee and council options for direction. But to answer your question, simply the OLT has a separate process in terms of notifying the residents of the appeal that the applicant has submitted. So that's just a short answer to your question.
Thank you for that, because this morning, believe it or not, I had a few calls and few people emailing me saying, what's going on? Should we come and fight this? And I said, no, this is a process that is going to happen, and we're going to fight it. And so I told them that it wasn't the proper time, and we will have time when we could discuss more about this. But my concern will be, this is a commercial area that now wants to do housing, which we need, again, and they do want it. It's not that they're saying no housing, but 2,000 multiplied by at least 3, that's a lot of people in a concentration area. So thank you for that, and I will support this, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further questions from committee? Councillor Cassar, if you could take the chair, I do have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So as Councillor Pauls noted, this is a major development kind of right in the center of the mountain that will impact not only residents across the mountain, but also the precedent of infill development throughout the city. So I think, and I hope that committee really got a sense of the scale of what is being proposed here, being completely disproportionate to what has previously been approved or what we would support as a municipality. This is infill sprawl. So my question through you to staff is on the density. Do we know what the density that's being proposed is, and also the unit mix?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Danko. So I'll start with the unit mix. So the applicant has proposed in their opinion, a mix of units. Staff's opinion that the mix wasn't necessarily a mix. We can pull up the numbers, but just generally speaking, most of the units are one bedroom studios, a few 2 bedrooms. About 20% of the dwelling units that are proposed are 2 bedrooms plus, and most of them are 80% are 1 bedroom studios, 1 bedroom plus studio, to be correct.
Thank you. And do you know the density?
In terms of the density, they're proposing a density above 400 units per hectare.
Thank you. So this committee, this term, just this year, this year and this term, has already approved more than 4,700 new residential building units in the city of Hamilton. We are doing the work to approve good quality development. This is not good quality development. This is investor condos that are being basically imposed on the neighborhood and on the city of Hamilton. If I can ask, because that this is going to an appeal to non-decision, and I've said this many times here, that developers use this as a way to circumvent resident consultation, to circumvent city processes, to circumvent any kind of local involvement in the planning process, to just appeal directly to the province with a process that we all know has a 97% approval rate. So why bother with, the little people in the neighborhood that this is going to affect when they can just jam it through the Ontario Land Tribunal? So because this is non-decision, I want to be clear that the reason for the non-decision is because we were working with the proponent. We were trying to negotiate, working on architectural features, unit mix, environmental features, that kind of thing, to come with a development that as the municipality we could support, that staff could bring to this committee with a positive a recommendation. That was all ongoing in good faith by the city, And the reason for non-development is because we went past the timeline and the developer said, okay, now we're just going to pull the plug and go to the OLT.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Danko, that is correct. We have worked with we were in effort to work with the applicant. Comments were distributed following the circulation that ended in December. So we distributed comments in January. As Councillor Pauls mentioned, a public open house was held in February of 2023. And following that meeting, we had multiple conversations with the applicant to, in hopes, bring forward a proposal that was in alignment with our official plan policies and addressing a lot of the concerns identified from the public as well as staff departments. However, there wasn't a concept that staff felt we could bring back to the public, and at the same time, there was not a formal submission from the applicant that staff could use to provide to the applicants or provide to the public and to stakeholders for a secondary review.
Thank you. So I just want to be absolutely clear for residents that the city was working with the proponents to get to something that we would support as a municipality so that staff could bring back a positive recommendation and that this committee could therefore have a debate about and a discussion and make a local decision on planning matters that affect our municipality. In my opinion, this development is not family friendly. It is basically investor condos, and it really doesn't meet the goals or the needs of our municipality when it comes to development. And I think I've been consistent throughout my time here is that not all development is the same, that we support and we champion good quality development and we oppose poor quality development. And in my opinion, this is a perfect example of poor quality development that should not be approved as is. And I hope when this goes to the OLT that we will be able to effectively make those arguments. However, to be completely honest, I don't have a lot of hope that we're going to have much leeway with the Ontario Land Tribunal, as has been the practice, 97% approval rate. Thank you. I will take the chair back. Councillor McMeekin, also on the speakers list.
Thanks, Chair Danko. If you bear with me for a minute, share a little bit of history. Back in, I think, 2015, 2016, the then provincial government did a massive planning study across the province to look at how local decision-making could be enhanced. Over 35,000 people participated, and over 90% of those participants said one of the biggest problems was the Ontario Municipal Board need to get rid of it, and if you couldn't get rid of it, at least fund groups that could compete on a more equitable footing to fight perceived bad developments. Out of that came a proposal to have what we call the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal, not an OLT, which was an OMB on steroids, but rather something that was local, on which no political person could sit. They would be esteemed people from the community, and they could only deviate from a council decision if there was some malfeasance or process abridgment that would necessitate that. Instead, what we got was an OMB in a different name and a planning milieu that literally robs municipalities in many, many significant ways of the ability to build the kind of city predicated on the hopes and dreams of the citizenry. So I agree with you, Chair Danko. I think this is bad planning. I think from my listening to the ward councillor, I suspect she feels the same way. When I had the privilege of representing Ward 7 in several decades ago, I lived on Cameo Drive, which would be a good 7-iron from this. Actually, a good 7-iron, not a McMeekin 7-iron, but a good 7-iron away from the site. And it's an inappropriate location for anything this massive on Mohawk Road with the kinds of traffic and other anomalies that already persist in that neighborhood. So I'll be proud to join you in opposing this. And I think there are times, notwithstanding the fact that the city may be rebuffed at the OLT, where it's important to take a principled stand, and this is clearly one of those. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Beattie?
Thank you, Chair. And I'm just wondering if you may offer some clarity for the benefit of those, viewing from home and perhaps for members of this committee in terms of the ask here and the vote that we'd be participating on, just so we're crystal clear. That would be appreciated.
Right now, this is just a consent item, so it's a report that this is going to the Ontario Land Tribunal. I believe there will be a request for a position on that forthcoming.
Through the chair to the councillor, there will be an in-camera report brought forward at some point in the near future.
Thank you, Chair. That's very helpful. I would echo some of the voices around the table and first and foremost appreciate the perspective of the ward councillor and the adjoining ward councillor offering the opinion of the local reality on the street in the neighborhoods that they represent. I think that's extremely important. I have this in my ward as well, where we have developments that are coming forward under the guise of infill, but they are, and I think you may have coined a new term there, Chair, in terms of infill sprawl. That may be something that we continue to use moving forward. It doesn't fit the size, scale, and scope of the existing community. And while infill and densification are important, particularly on major corridors, they still have to honor the existing lay of the land in which they are seeking to operate, and very clearly this does not. And as more of these come forward before this body, I think we're going to be engaging in continual conversations, and I hope that proponents that are bringing these forward will make note and take notice of the conversations that are happening around this table and come forward with real solid plans in how they intend to develop underutilized properties in a way that is still congruent and consistent and fitting in with the existing community to try to achieve that sense of balance. So I'm happy to support both the ward councillor and the adjoining ward councillor in whatever is required moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor. So I'm not seeing anyone else on the speakers list, so thank you, Minu. I need a mover and a seconder to receive the staff presentation, moved by Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Beattie. Thank you. All in favor or opposed? That is unanimous. And then a mover and a seconder to receive the report, moved by Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Beattie. Any discussion on the report? Seeing none, all in favor or opposed? That is unanimous. Item 9.2 is an appeal of Urban Hamilton Official Plan Amendment Application UHOPA 20-021, Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application ZAC 20-037, and Draft Plan of Subdivision Application 25T-202006 for lack of decisions for lands located at 544 and 550 Rymel Road East in Hamilton, Ward 7. I need a mover and a seconder to receive the report, moved by Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Francis. Is there any discussion on this report, similarly a consent item? Seeing none, all in favor or opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. So moving on to public hearings. The public has been advised how to pre-register to be a delegate in today's public meetings. On the agenda, members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make written oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council makes a decision regarding the development applications before us today, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal, unless in the opinion of the tribunal there are reasonable grounds to do so. First on our public hearings is item 10.1. This is application for zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 212 and 220 Rymel Road West in Hamilton in Ward 8. This matter was originally deferred from the August 15th meeting. Does the committee wish to see the staff presentation? Seeing none? Oh, sorry, Councillor Wilson? Yes, okay. Mark Michniak? .1.
Good morning, Chair, members of committee, staff, and public in attendance. My name is Mark Michniak, and I'm a planner with the Development Planning Division. Today, I will be discussing zoning bylaw amendment application for lands located at 212 and 220 Rymel Road West in Hamilton. The subject lands are located in the southern portion of lands municipally known as 212 and 220 Rymel Road West. They are located north side of Rymel Road West between Hazelton Avenue and West 5th Street. Subject lands have an area of 0.3 hectares and approximately 61 meters of frontage onto Rymel Road West. The lands are currently contain single detached dwellings on each property. The surrounding land uses include single detached dwellings to the east, west, and south, and the lands to the north are currently vacant. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment is for a change in zoning from the B Suburban Agricultural and Residential District to the Low Density Residential R1 zone. The current zoning permits single detached dwellings. However, modifications would be required to permit the proposed development. Modifications to the R1 zone are required to reduce the front yard landscape requirement from 50% to 40% to accommodate a driveway turnaround. This driveway design will allow vehicles to enter Rymel Road West in a forward motion. The amendment will also include a holding provision for a revised stormwater management report and to restrict development on the easternmost lot to provide temporary access to lands at the rear of the property. The proposed development is for 5 single detached dwellings with access provided from Rymel Road West. A consent application is required in order to create the proposed lots. We'll now take a quick photo tour of the site and the surrounding lands. Here you see the subject lands looking from the west, and here we see the lands looking from the north. Here's a view of Rymel Road West looking to the west, and again Rymel Road looking to the east. This is the neighboring property to the west of the subject lands, and the neighboring property to the east of the subject lands. And these slides show the properties on the south side of Rymel Road. As part of the planning process, this application was circulated to property owners within 120 meters, and a sign was installed on the subject property. In response to the circulation, staff did not receive any feedback. In closing, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment can be supported as it is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms with the Place to Grow growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, and it complies with the Urban Hamilton official plan. In addition, the proposed development represents good planning as it is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and provides for complete communities. This concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Planner Michniak. Are there any questions from committee? If we can just, any questions? Seeing none? Okay. So I need a mover and a seconder to receive the staff presentation. Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Wilson. Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson. Carries unanimously. Thank you. Caitlin Gillis with Terry Johns Consulting is in attendance.
So good morning, Chair, members of committee, staff, and members of the public. My name is Caitlin Gillis, Senior Planner with T. Johns Consulting Group, and I am here on behalf of Diana Morris, who has moved on from T. Johns Consulting as of Friday. So I will do a brief presentation. So just a bit of background on the application. First, thank you, Mr. Michniak, for your presentation. I'll try not to repeat some of the information provided. So the proposed development as reviewed in the staff recommendation report was subject to a formal consultation in 2017, where the merits of the proposed single detached dwellings were reviewed and generally supported by development review team staff. And then a complete application was submitted in March of 2020. And then the process continued through 2021 and then into 2023, delays around stormwater management kind of prolonged the process, to my understanding. So as mentioned, we came to Planning Committee on August 15th, which was deferred, to my understanding, for subsequent review for further intensification from single detached dwellings. So we're back before you today with a staff report that does recommend approval, and we do support that recommendation. So I won't go over the overview of where the subject lands are located, but generally on this map, this just identifies the land subject to the rezoning and the immediate urban fabric, which is made up of single detached dwellings, and then the green field and behind, which are subject to various draft plan of subdivision processes that are currently underway. So in terms of the Urban Hamilton official plan, the subject lands are part of the neighborhood's urban structure and not located on a corridor, secondary or primary. And they are located designated neighborhoods, which permits a range of residential uses and densities. And Rymal Road West is identified as a potential higher order transit line. In terms of the existing zoning, the subject lands are B, which are going to propose to be rezoned to R1. And the surrounding lands are a series of low-density residential in the former bylaw, as well as R1 directly south of the subject lands, which were implemented citywide in August of 2022. And then the remnant lands in the AA are essentially a deferred development zone until future development is approved. So For the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, we are proposing an R1 site-specific with a holding. Permitted uses for residential uses specifically include duplex, semis, singles, street townhouses. And again, a modification for the front yard landscape area to permit hammerhead driveways. Again, just pointing out that the proposed R1 zone is consistent with the zoning in this area of Bramwell Road West, and the highlighted areas specifically are R1. So reviewing the concept plan that has been demonstrated under technical review for the zoning bylaw amendment are single detached dwellings. And in response to the deferral of last meeting, our office did go back and look at opportunities for further intensification within the R1 zone. So in theory, both internal and detached additional dwelling units are permitted within single detached dwellings, which could permit up to 15 units across the subject lands. And similarly, semi-detached dwellings could be implemented on the subject property. This concept shows semi-detached footprints in conformance with the R1 zone. And then if, so there would be 6 that could be accommodated. And then if each were provided with an internal and or detached ADU, up to 18 units could be accommodated. And similarly with street townhouse dwelling, here's a concept showing a condominium in a common element condo, so one private road, deeming the townhouses as street townhouses. Each would be permitted an internal and detached ADU as well. However, our office assumes only end street townhouses. Street townhouses could accommodate a detached ADU in terms of access to the rear yard. So up to 18 units could be permitted. But 9 street townhouses can fit on the subject lands subject to R1 zoning. So here we've just overlaid the proposed single detached subject to the technical review with the surrounding immediate fabric. The yellow lands highlighted are all about 12 meters in width, which is the minimum requirement of the R1 zone. And the properties highlighted in orange are 13 meters or greater in width. And again, we did this with the street townhouses to show that that potential development is compatible with the surrounding urban fabric, subject to stormwater management design. So overall, T. Johns Consulting respectfully supports staff's recommendation of approval. It's consistent with provincial policy, conforms to the Urban Hamilton official plan, and the proposed R1 zone will permit uses that will intensify the existing condition and not preclude the ongoing evolution of Bramwell Road. And the permitted uses and scale of the R1 zone is contextually appropriate with consideration of the surrounding urban fabric. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Caitlin. I do have one question or one person on the speakers list, Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciated that overview. I just want to make sure I'm clear in my understanding. First of all, this parcel is owned by a single individual or party. Could you clarify that?
Yeah, so, and I would like to say a representative of the landowner is here, Tariq Abbas. So Tariq is the landowner of 212 and 220. He does make up a landowner group of lands in behind for a future draft plan of subdivision, but to my understanding, he's more of a landowner with lands necessary to facilitate a future subdivision on the northern part of the subject lands.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And you did acknowledge in your presentation that this is on the BLAST network, but the owner is only willing to provide for 5 singles. And I did appreciate the point that you were making that it is possible, although not mandatory, for additional units to be had as a consequence of SDUs. But what I'm still not clear is there in the deferral, there was no consideration of anything mandatory, anything denser than that. And trying to understand your reference to the 9 street houses that could fit. Thank you.
So through the chair, again, I'm coming into this file. So on my understanding, when this was proposed originally in 2017, single detached dwellings were more appropriate, my understanding, from a stormwater perspective. The neighborhood plan for this area, although no longer any status under the official plan, did plan for this to be single detached dwellings. And then subsequent to that, again, the stormwater management, to my understanding, was driving the proposal in terms of intensification and development over the land area. However, subsequent to the August 15th meeting and ongoing discussions, respectfully with Councillor Danko, the landowner is open to building more intensified uses, including the townhouses. And that's where we stand now. It will depend on detailed design and determine through future process whether that's consent or if in fact a draft plan of condo process goes ahead.
So, sorry, Chair, sorry to sound so daft. The application is for 5 singles, but I thought I just heard Caitlin say that the owner is open to greater intensification in the form of townhouses. Can I just can you rectify that? Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair. So in response to the last meeting, this process has up to this point been technically reviewed for single detached dwellings, but taking a step back, the R1 zone, which is the proposed zone, does permit for further intensification on the subject lands, which the landowner applicant is open to proceeding with.
Thank you. My questions will be of staff at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. On the speaker's list, Councillor Kassar.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I had a similar question to Councillor Wilson, so I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if there's no further questions, Caitlin, I did hear that you were in support of the staff report, so I need a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation from the agent. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Kassar. All in favor or opposed? That carries. Thank you, Caitlin. At this time, I'm going to ask if there are any members of the public that wish to speak to item 10.1, application for zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 212 and 220 Rymal Road East. Going once. Any members of the public that wish to speak to item 10.1? Going twice. And a third and final time, any members of the public that wish to speak to item 10.1, application for zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 212 and 220 Rymal Road West, a third and final time, and no one online. Okay, so I need a mover and a seconder that there were no public submissions received regarding this matter and that the public meeting be closed. Moved by Councillor Kassar, seconded by Councillor Wang. All in favor or opposed? Thank you. That is approved. Moving on to the report recommendations. I will speak to this, but first I need a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations, which is recommending approval. Who'd like to put this on the table? Moved by Councillor Beattie and seconded by Councillor Wang. Thank you. So Councillor Wang, if you could take the chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll try to be brief because we did have a little bit of discussion on this when it first came up in 2015, and I don't really want to spend a lot of time revisiting that. But I will just state for committee that The original formal consultation in 2017 was 5 years ago, and that being a lifetime in the current planning cycles. Our current vision for the city, and in particular for the corridors that have been identified as rapid transit routes, is significantly different than it was in 2017 or when this application was first submitted in 2020. So I do appreciate having some behind-the-scenes discussions with our staff and also with the proponent, and appreciating the theoretically what might be possible on this site with the R1 zoning. However, I am personally not comfortable with proceeding with an approval for R1 zoning without having it specifically spelled out that we will achieve higher density on the rapid transit corridor. So if you look at today's agenda, item 10.4 is an application for West 5th, which is a much bigger site, but is an example of development that we are seeing on our major arterial roadways. Pretty much every development application I've seen for Rymal Road, and there's probably about at least 5 of them that are in the various stages of approval right now. The very minimum is a stacked town development or condominium towns. And that is different than the street towns which are being proposed here. Each street townhouse has to have its own driveway, whereas a condominium development has one single driveway and a shared access. So my opinion as a ward councillor is that there is quite a bit more creativity that could be done with this site to reach the city's goals. So for that reason, I will not be supporting the application, but of course that is the decision of committee. And just as a last point, again, I do appreciate theoretically what might be done here, but there's been really no review of any of that in the R1 zoning by our staff. And in my opinion anyway, the appropriate resolution to that is for a new application with something specific that we then have an opportunity to either approve or deny what is specifically being applied for. So I'll take the chair back and then open the floor up to any further discussion. First I have Councillor Maureen Wilson, followed by Councillor Kassar.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have the depth and breadth of knowledge of this file and its history. So just a few questions through you to staff. My first question is, what is the municipality doing, if anything, with respect to land use planning around for blast corridors such as this? There's a reason for my question. If I could have a little latitude, thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor, I realized I neglected to introduce myself. Anita Fayback, Acting Director of Planning and Chief Planner. There are policies contained within the official plan related to the urban structure and the blast network. Generally, the corridors that were identified for some form of higher order transit were identified as primary or secondary corridors. I believe Rymal is a secondary corridor. So it's through those policies that there is intensification encouraged in terms of looking at the site in particular and the surrounding context as well. We also do reference the former neighborhood plans. While they don't have official status, they still form a basis of information for staff when they're doing their review to see what that neighborhood was envisioned to be developed for, and to look at, when you're looking at individual parcels, how can you ensure that that continuity continues? So in terms of our review and in terms of the intensification, we would look to our secondary corridor policies and then look to our low, medium, and high density residential policies as well, which would direct how and where intensification could occur and under what circumstances or under what criteria that could happen.
Through the chairman to the councillor, if I can also add, the zoning reform team right now is currently preparing to start the consultation around the medium density residential zoning in conjunction with the update to our parking standards. And one of the lenses that we're applying is to zone for what we want to see, not what is there today. So we have not done the mapping exercise, but the intent is for the non-blast corridor areas to pre-zone them for the appropriate medium density or high density residential zoning. And we are going back and looking at the blast corridor to apply the transit-oriented corridor zoning, which initially was only applied along the LRT corridor, but for major corridors such as Upper James or stretches of Rymal, it would be more appropriate again to pre-zone that for that medium or higher density residential forms or mixed use development or commercial, or some areas just standalone commercial, but we are applying that lens such that we can eliminate the need for the zoning applications and proponents can go straight to site plan approval and by setting out the city's vision very clear for that. And then secondly, we also, as part of a broader intent, we're doing the MTSA work, which will also inform along the LRT corridor. And then following up on some of the discussions earlier today, we're starting to have some conversations around the former commercial plazas that are starting to get redeveloped and what should be the appropriate vision for those, because often they're zoned with a lower order commercial zoning, which doesn't align with where the market has shifted towards allowing those sites to redevelop based on what the city's vision is. So, but that is sort of a bit of a longer term exercise before we get there. Our first priority will be updating the existing zoning based on the medium density residential and then the high density residential, which the committee has not seen yet, but we do intend on bringing it either at the end of this year or very early next year so that we can pre-zone the city as much as possible to allow the redevelopment opportunities to happen. It's also to help inform our colleagues in Public Works so that they're ensuring that the appropriate infrastructure is being put in place to, again, to make it as close as possible to being shovel ready and avoiding the need for a lengthy planning process. Thank you.
Thank you very much through the chair to both Director Fayback and GM Robichaud. On the point that Councillor Danko made, that formal consultation on this file was 5 years ago, and I agree with his phrase that in the planning context, that's a lifetime ago in 2017. Is there any expiry date that is in planning practice that would see an application like this expire after a certain time? Thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor, I wouldn't say that there's a specific date, but it would depend on what the policy framework would be at the time that they make their application. So there may be a change in provincial policy or local policy through our official plans that might occur between a formal consultation and an actual application being made. So we would take a look at the application and the policies that are in effect at the time that they make their Planning Act application, not necessarily what was in effect at the time of the formal consultation.
Thank you. And on page 11 of the report, in comments from various staff divisions, if I can read aloud for a moment, Rymal is considered one of the blast corridors. Quote, the infill intensification as proposed by the applicant is not consistent with land use density mix required to support future rapid transit viability on this major arterial road. Transit supported development can contribute to higher order, to higher transit ridership. I think my challenge is similar to Councillor Danko on the theoretical versus that which is required. Yes, theoretically, I suppose we could see 15 units with the addition of SDU, but we're reliant on the market and the developer to do so. And I just, for the life of me, and even the fact that the applicant is seeking a shrinkage of landscape in order to provide for hammerhead driveways certainly speaks to the busyness already of this corridor. And I think what its future promise is. So I think, in my opinion, it would be incredibly short-sighted for this council to lock in single-family homes approvals when we should be planning for the future. I think that's part of our job. And when we know better, we need to do better. So I won't be supporting the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. On the speakers list, I have Councillor Kassar, followed by Councillor Beatty. Councillor Kassar?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Danko. Director Robichaud answered my question before I asked it, so thank you very much. It was to do with when do we see what future zoning should be, so that's coming very soon. And not to reiterate all the comments from Councillor Wilson, but I share the same point of view. I think building 5 single-family homes here, knowing in a decade, 2 decades or so, it will be out of place as redevelopment happens and there's higher order transit. I agree, and I would not support it as is. I think we need to be looking to the future zoning that's coming and see a reapplication for something with more density.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Beatty?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I find myself in a bit of a paradox at the moment. Moments ago, I spoke to wanting to support the on-the-ground reality of the ward councillor, and I continue to want to do that. And when I was reading through this, not knowing, I suppose, the full thoughts of the ward councillor at the time, I viewed this as being exactly what I just spoke to a moment ago in terms of appropriateness within the area, allowing for some densification while not overwhelming. And at face value, when I looked at this, the opportunity to move from 2 single-family detached to a minimum of 5 up to I think it was described an opportunity for up to 15. Looking at the existing community, although just through Google Maps, and forgive me for not driving out to the location and viewing it in person, it seemed to fit all of those check boxes. It's gentle densification, keeping in line with the characteristics of the existing community, and it got the seal of approval from staff that they would recommend and be on side with this. So now I find myself trapped in that paradox where a moment ago I said, yeah, let's do this. And now I'm being presented with some new information, and I'm struggling in terms of whether or not this is something that is supportable or not, because my general thought was that this is a good quality development, to use the quote. So I'm going to be taking a few extra moments to kind of ponder over what's been presented here. You know, the decisions that we make at this or any other committee are based on the best possible information that we have available to us in this moment. And although we are reviewing some of these things in the future, at the moment, this does check all the boxes as far as I'm concerned from what has been presented. So I'm going to take an extra moment to contemplate. I don't see any speakers on the list, so I guess my moments are going to be very quick. But I'm not certain if I'm able to join the ward councillor on his path in terms of denial, because I think that I should be consistent with what I just said a moment ago in terms of support for this. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor. So I do not see any further speakers. So I believe I did have a mover and a seconder for the report recommendations. I think it was Councillor Beatty that moved it and Councillor Wang that seconded it. So at this time, we'll go to a vote. All in favor or opposed the staff recommendation to approve this development? That is defeated on a vote of 4-6. Can I just ask staff before we move on, is there anything additional that's required with this application being defeated? No? Okay. So,
Sorry, through the chair, we were just having an offline conversation. I think there may need to be reasons for the, or do you have to, sorry, I'm looking to the clerk. Perhaps she can clarify.
I believe that since the recommendations have been defeated, there actually has to be like a vote to deny with reasons. That's usually the way we've done it with legal, because
through the chair to the councillor, that is correct. I think there would need to be a
you've
specific,
defeated the approval,
correct.
but you haven't, there's still no action, is how I see it.
So can we put that together for council if there's something that additional that needs to be voted on at council? Otherwise, the alternatives, it just refers back to the current zoning.
I still feel there has to be a vote here to deny.
A vote to deny?
Yep.
Okay.
Or we could probably do a receive and then come up with wording for council, but I feel it's just a little cleaner that there's a clear direction from
So
committee.
we can do a vote to deny. I'll put a very simple reason on the table, and then we'll go to council to flesh that out if that works for staff. So Councillor Wang, if you could take the chair. So I'll move to deny item 10.1 on the basis that the application for 5 single-family homes does not meet the current planning vision for the city of Hamilton for the Rymal Road corridor. And we'll work on that, add some specifics for council.
And a seconder then? Councillor Maureen Wilson, please. So clerk, is that clear enough for you? Wonderful. May I have the vote, please? That carries 7-3. Back to you.
Thank you. Okay, now moving on. Item 10.2 is an application for zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 65 Guy Street in Hamilton. Does the committee wish to see the staff presentation? Not seeing anyone. So you need a mover and a seconder to to waive the staff presentation. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Cassar. All in favor or opposed? And that is approved. James Webb from Webb Planning is in attendance. James?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, present and virtual. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is James Webb. I'm a professional land use planner based here in Hamilton. Here today before you as the agent retained by the Municipal Land Development Office, and here to assist committee in any way should you have any questions with regards to this matter, but otherwise we're in full support of the staff report and the recommendation that's before you. As always, we extend our appreciation to staff for getting us through the process so quickly, and a complete, concise report that's before you today recommending approval of this zoning bylaw amendment. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to assist committee in any way. Otherwise, respectfully request committee accept the recommendation of staff.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any. So need a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor McMeekin. Thank you. Second by Councillor Kretsch. And I did hear Mr. Webb say he was in support of the staff report. And that is approved unanimously. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to item 10.2, application for zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 65 Guy Street in Ward 2? And for a second time, any members of the public that wish to speak to item 10.2, 65 Guy Street? And a third and final time, nobody in chambers, nobody online to speak to the application for 65 Guy Street, item 10.2 on today's agenda. So seeing no one, I need a mover and a seconder that there were no public submissions received regarding this matter and that the public meeting is closed. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. That is unanimous. And then finally, on the report, a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. Any discussions? Seeing none, all in favor or opposed? Oh, sorry, Councillor Kretsch, go ahead.
Sorry, I wasn't quick enough there in between the various procedures. Nothing wild to say here. Just wanted to say that this, I think, is a good proposal in terms of being able to put some parking underneath the greenway. What we're doing is eliminating surface parking.
Yes.
Based on the proposals I've seen that are all attached to this development proposal that's part of happening at Pier 8, this is going to help us with water management. It's going to help us with ensuring there's a public greenway, and it's going to reduce surface parking. So those things all seem good to me. So I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Full agreement from me. No further speakers. So all in favor or opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you. On to item 10.3. Application for zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 1898 and 1900 Rymal Road East in Glanbrook in Ward 9. Does committee wish to see the staff presentation? Seeing nobody. Okay, so I need a mover and a seconder to waive the staff presentation. Moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Francis. And that is unanimous. Paul Tobia with Weston Consulting is in attendance, and I believe he's virtual. Paul, if you're able to activate, there you are.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, committee members. My name is Paul Tobia from Weston Consulting, here on behalf of the applicant. Apologies, I could not be there in person, but much like the previous applicant, I would like to just say that we reviewed the staff report and I'm in support of the report and agree with the recommendations. I'd like to thank staff for their efforts and look forward to continuing to work with them on completing the necessary future applications associated. And I'd like to request that the application be approved as per the staff report and be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Tobia? Councillor Kassar.
Thanks, Chair Danko. Hi, Paul. A question regarding some comments made in the report just around the tree canopy and some comments here around future consideration as we go through the process on potentially retaining perimeter trees. I just wanted to get your feedback on that, possible steps that could be taken for the benefit of residents moving in to preserve some of the canopy that is there today. Thank you.
Three, Mr. Chair, in terms of tree preservation and landscaping, there's going to be a series of trees being planted on the west property line and the south property line. Some of the trees cannot be maintained due to the construction area, but however, we'll do our best to do that through the site plan application process.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, and I believe, Paul, I heard you say that you're in favor of the staff report.
Correct.
Thank you. So I need a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. All in favor or opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to item 10.3? These are lands located at 1898 and 1900 Rymal Road East. And for a second time, any members of the public, either in chambers or online, that wish to speak to item 10.3. And a third and final time, any members of the public wishing to speak to item 10.3, lands located at 1898 and 1900 Rymal Road East in Glanbrook. I'm seeing none. So I need a mover and a seconder that the public submissions, which are in the staff report, were received and considered by the committee, and that the public meeting be closed. Moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Francis. All in favor or opposed? Thank you. That is approved. So with that, I need a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations. Moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Francis. I'm not seeing any speakers on the speakers list, but I will just, yep, sorry, Councillor Beattie.
Just for consistency's sake, Chair, this application appears to be consistent with the existing community and cohesive with it and is not disruptive to it. It's appropriate. So I spoke on the other two matters, and just for the sake of consistency, I thought I'd offer comments.
Thank you, Councillor. And I will also note that I did receive a message from Councillor Clark as the ward councillor, and he is in favor, and I believe he commented similarly that this is a reasonable infill development. So with that, we'll go to a vote. All in favor or opposed? Thank you. That is approved. Unanimously. Thank you. So moving on to item 10.4. This is an application for zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 1177, 1183, and 1187 West 5th. I am going to ask for the staff presentation on this, as this is a fairly significant change in land use for the West 5th corridor. So I think it would be good for committee to see the staff component. Mark Michniak, once again. Good, Marco. We're just tracking down Mark. There he is.
Good morning, Chair, members of committee, staff, and public in attendance. My name is Mark Michniak, and I'm a planner with the Development Planning Division. Today, I'll be discussing a zoning bylaw amendment application for lands located at 1177, 1183, and 1187 West 5th Street in Hamilton. The subject lands are located on the east side of West 5th Street between Rymal Road West and Stonechurch Road West. The subject lands have an area of approximately 0.51 hectares and approximately 76 meters of frontage along West 5th Street. The lands located at 1177 and 1183 contain single detached dwellings, while the lands at 1187 are vacant. Surrounding land uses include townhouse dwellings to the north, commercial plaza to the south, a surface parking lot to the east, and single detached dwellings and vacant land to the west across West 5th Street. A total of 31 trees have been inventoried, and 21 of those are proposed to be removed. The condition of these trees ranges from good to fair poor. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the lands from the AA Agricultural District and the RT20 Townhouse Maisonette District to the E3 High Density Multiple Dwelling District. The zoning bylaw amendment includes modifications to the E3 zone. Some of these modifications include to establish a maximum height of 35 meters, to establish a minimum side yard of 20 meters from the northerly lot line, to introduce step backs of 25 meters and 30 meters from the northerly lot line from any portion of the building exceeding 23.5 and 30 meters respectively, to reduce the parking requirement for a multiple dwelling from 1.25 spaces to 1 space per unit, and to reduce the visitor parking requirement for multiple dwellings from 0.25 spaces to 0.07 spaces per dwelling. The amendment will also include a holding provision, which will require completion of a municipal storm sewer and sanitary sewer along West 5th Street, and for an updated functional servicing report. Staff recommend approval of the zoning bylaw amendment, as the proposed development is located within a safe and convenient walking distance of a number of features to support the proposed density, including retail uses to the east and south along Upper James Street and Rymal Road West. Hamilton Street Railway operates bus routes located along both Upper James Street and Rymal Road. In addition, Rymal Road West has been identified as a rapid transit route. Bicycle lanes are located north of the subject lands along Stonechurch Road. And finally, William McConnell Park, a citywide park, is located to the west side of West 5th Street. The proposed development consists of a 10-story building containing 206 dwelling units and 229 parking spaces, of which 24 are located on the surface and the remainder underground. In addition, the proposal includes 15 visitor parking spaces and 8 barrier-free parking spaces. Access to the site is available from West 5th Street. The development will also include approximately 3,900 square meters of indoor amenity area and 1,300 square meters of outdoor amenity space. The building, as I mentioned, has 206 units. 135 are proposed as 1-bedroom, and 71 are proposed as 2-bedroom. Here you see building elevations. Here you're looking at the west and east elevations. And these are the elevations from the north and the south. We'll now take a quick photo tour of the site and surrounding lands. This slide shows the site at 1187 West 5th Street, which is vacant. Here you see the lands at 1183 West 5th Street, and here is 1177 West 5th Street. Here's a view of West 5th looking south. Here are the lands to the west across West 5th Street. And then we are looking north on West 5th. And these are the adjacent townhouse dwellings located to the north of the site. Here you see the surface parking lot to the east of the site. And here is the existing commercial located to the south of the site. As part of the planning process, this application was circulated to landowners located within 120 meters, and a sign was installed on the property. In addition, the applicant hosted a neighborhood information meeting on April 17th, 2023. In response to the circulation, staff received 10 emails expressing concern with the amendment. Comments include, but are not limited to, the proposed height and density, the potential for increased crime, additional traffic, insufficient sanitary sewer infrastructure, and the amount of parking. In response to these concerns, the Urban Hamilton official plan permits multiple dwellings on the periphery of neighborhoods adjacent to minor arterial roads with a maximum height of 12 stories, subject to several criteria. The subject site is located on the periphery of a neighborhood, and West 5th is classified as a minor arterial road. The applicant has satisfactorily demonstrated that this proposal meets the criteria to support the proposed height of 35 meters. To address traffic concerns, a transportation impact study was submitted with the report. Transportation planning staff reviewed the report and are satisfied that the site-generated traffic can be accommodated. Finally, staff reviewed the proposed parking requirement and do not expect any negative impacts such as overspill onto adjacent properties. Opportunity for alternative forms of transportation are available to residents. The subject lands are located in proximity to a mix of land uses and public transit routes. In conclusion, the proposed zoning bylaw amendment can be supported as it is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms to a place to grow growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, and complies with the Urban Hamilton official plan. In addition, the proposed development represents good planning by, among other things, providing a compact and efficient urban form, adding to the range of housing types by introducing 1- and 2-bedroom multiple dwelling units, and supports development of a complete community. This concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anyone on the speakers list, so if I could just pass the chair to you, Councillor Wang. I do have a couple brief questions. So as you noted in the presentation, some of the comments from residents were particularly on traffic and parking. So thank you for addressing those. On the parking, I believe the parking proposal is actually above and beyond the minimums that are required.
So to address that, it is a reduction, through you, Chair, it is a reduction from the current standards that are found in the former City of Hamilton bylaw. However, the one space per unit is consistent with the zoning bylaw 05200. In addition, 05200 doesn't have a requirement for visitor parking, so we are increasing over the minimum for 05200.
Thank you. And also important to note that there is visitor parking being provided. And then also on the traffic component, understanding that we did have a traffic study and that it's the recommendation that it's not going to have a negative impact. However, this section of West 5th is one of the last remaining legacy cross sections on the mountain. So how, I guess the question is, the traffic concerns, are those relative to the existing cross section or when it is upgraded, which is already underway?
The traffic would look at the existing roadway of West 5th Street. Sorry, through you, Chair. And then I would also add that there are some improvements that are proposed as well, which includes introduction of a left turn lane along West 5th Street, extension of the municipal sidewalks along West 5th Street, and a right-of-way dedication of 3.2 meters along West 5th Street. And all of these matters will be looked at further during the site plan control process.
Okay.
Councillor?
Thank you. So I'll take the chair back. If there's no further questions, I need a mover and a seconder to receive the staff presentation. Moved by Councillor Cassar, seconded by myself. All in favor or opposed? Thank you, Mark. And that carries unanimously. Thank you. We have Matt Johnson from Urban Solutions. Matt, if you make your way down.
Good morning, council, members of the public and staff. My name is Matt Johnston, registered professional planner with Urban Solutions. I do have a detailed presentation, but I think much of those details were well covered by Mr. Michniak, and I want to thank you for his hard work on the file. Also want to recognize Mr. Mike and Mr. Dave Valvasori in attendance, and thank Mr. Matthew LeBlanc of my team for his hard work in helping us get here today. Just a few comments to build on in terms of what was covered by the staff report. There were really two notable changes that we made through the application process. One was an important shift of the underground parking from the south property line. By shifting that setback for the underground parking, we're able to accommodate a much more robust landscape strip along our north property line. And then the other area of focus was with regards to 4 municipal street trees. In total, there are 5 across our frontage. The initial proposal, or through the process, All 5 were proposed to be removed at one point in time. Through working with staff, we were ultimately able to retain 4 of the 5, the one being removed associated with the drive aisle. And again, just important aspects of the application as it evolved through the process. And I think with that, I'd be happy to answer any other questions. We're in full support of the staff report and the amending bylaw, and ask the committee and council for its approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from committee? Councillor Kassar, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair Danko. Hi, Matt. Through you, Chair, I have a question about the units proposed to be provided, lots of 1 and 2 bedroom, and as we've seen in applications in recent weeks and months, a noted lack of 3 bedroom units. So thinking about families and where families can live. So my question through you is, Matt, can you please speak to the absence of 3 bedroom units, and why is it, how do you come to that decision, and what would it take to have 3 bedroom units available in there?
Thank you. Through the chair, from a broad perspective, there's no restrictions or controls on the ultimate bedroom makeup. That's what's currently contemplated by the proposal before us today. In terms of the decisions that led us to the ratio that's proposed, is really about trying to bring units on stream that can be utilized by the market. And in doing so, I think when we introduce 1 and 2 bedroom units, what we'll see is a positive impact on the broader housing spectrum across all built forms, where those 3 bedroom units, more family oriented housing is available, and the infill product will provide relief to those built forms as well. So I think introducing this built form has a positive impact on the full housing spectrum. When we also are mindful of the cost of those 3 bedroom units. Ultimately, whether it's 1, 2, or 3, they're all priced at the same price per square foot. And when we're mindful of that, we can see how the impacts of those really push those family 3 bedroom units out of a price point that would otherwise be available in a different built form in the immediate community. So those are all some of the factors that were at play with the proposal that we put forward today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. One question from me. So Councillor Wang, if you could take the chair. Thank you. So as you know, for every development application that comes forward, I have kind of the same questions on carbon and our climate change goals for the city. So I'll take this opportunity to ask you what was considered in terms of high performance building standards, not using natural gas heating, EV chargers for the parking, and so on.
Certainly. Through the process and the zoning amendment before us today, those items aren't actually really secured, but we have put our minds to them. At a preliminary glance, this built form will have a positive impact on the city's climate initiatives. So that's just the very nature of the built form itself will have that impact. But also through a lot of smart technology, EV charging stations are all things that can be considered and implemented at the site plan process. And as well as low impact development features from an engineering perspective. So all of those are at play and available to us to employ at the site plan application stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Take the chair back. So if there's no further questions from committee, we will receive the delegation moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by myself. All in favor or opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you. Carries. Okay, so are there any members of the public that wish to speak to item 10.4, 1177, 1183, and 1187 West 5th? Seeing no one here, no one online. Second time, any members of the public that wish to speak to item 10.4 And a third and final time, any members of the public that wish to speak to item 10.4, zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 1177 and 1183 and 1187 West Fifth Street, and seeing nobody in chambers or online. So therefore, I need a mover and a seconder that the public submissions in the staff report were received and considered by the committee, and the public meeting has been closed. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by myself. All in favor or opposed? Thank you, and that carries unanimously. And then finally, on the report recommendations to approve, I need a mover and seconder to put this on the floor. Moved by Councillor Wang and seconded by myself. Any discussion on this? I'm not seeing any, so Councillor Wang, if you can take the chair. I just have a couple comments. Thank you. So I'm really pleased to see this before committee today. This has been quite some time kind of coming forward, working with both the proponents and the applicant's agent behind the scenes, and also with residents to bring their concerns forward. As was mentioned, we did have a very good public information meeting on this. There's some correspondence from residents, and I think you could see in the staff presentation that this proposal is quite a bit different than what is currently in place on that in that neighborhood, and in particular on the West Fifth corridor. On the corner of Stone Church and West Fifth was a Valeri development that was 9-story apartment building that was ultimately approved by the Ontario Land Tribunal. And I think this development is a bit of evolution from that. In that initially when it came forward, it was a bit higher in terms of stories and a bit more density than we were hoping for that West Fifth corridor. However, as we got to this point, working with the developers, we kind of came to realize that this is something that really does fit in that area. And I think a lot of care has been provided to make sure that there is that landscape buffer. You see the setbacks, from that townhouse development, which is already in place. And I think that this development is actually a really good example of the kind of attainable, family-friendly housing that we're trying to promote along our major transportation corridors. And in particular, one of the discussions that we had quite a bit, and I really appreciate Councillor Cassar bringing it up, was the unit mix of 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. So I'm quite pleased to see the percentage of 2-bedroom units at 34%. Even 2-bedroom units are difficult to market. Developers can sell singles and bachelors much more easily and a higher profit margin than they can when they go to 2 and 3 bedrooms. So regardless of the fact that there's not 3 bedrooms, I am pleased to see the mix of those more family-friendly 2-bedroom units. So like I said, I think this is an excellent example of the kind of development which is coming forward for our major corridors. And it's an example of what I think is a good quality development by a very good quality builder. So I'm happy to support the application, and it's up to committee. Thank you. So with that, I don't see any further speakers. So we'll go to the vote. All in favor or opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you. So moving on, item 10.5 is an application for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 117 Jackson Street East in Ward 2. This matter has been appealed, and this is a non-statutory public meeting. So we do have a Staff presentation. Does committee wish to see the staff presentation? Councillor Cretch?
Yeah, normally I wouldn't because it's on the agenda, but I think that because we're denying this, I think we have to hear the staff presentation, or we should.
Okay, thank you. So we have Daniel Barnett to provide a staff presentation.
Oh. Good morning, Chair and members of the Planning Committee and members of the public in attendance. My name is Daniel Barnett. I'm the city planner for this application. The applications are for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for the property at 117 Jackson Street East. The application is for a mixed-use building consisting of 2 towers, 139 stories, 122 meters in height, and the second for 30 stories with 96 meters in height. And these will be connected by a 3 to 4 story podium. The proposed is for 741 dwelling units, as well as 297 square meters of commercial floor area at grade, approximately 4,800 square meters of amenity space, 366 structured parking spaces, and 388 bicycle parking spaces. The proposed unit breakdown includes 61 studio units, 436 one-bedroom units, and 241 two-bedroom units. To give some chronology for this application, the application was received just before Christmas in 2022, and then staff provided official comments, fulsome comments to the applicant in early May of 2023. Then on August 30th of this year, staff advised the applicant we were bringing forward a report to October the 3rd Planning Committee in order to get them to update the public notice sign. The sign was updated. The public notice was sent out to the members of the public on September 15th for the staff public meeting, and then as well as notice was included in the newspapers at the same time. And then on September 19th, the applicant updated the public notice sign. On September 27th of the last week, staff advised the applicant provided a copy of the staff report, was made available, and then subsequently on that same day, the application was appealed for non-decision by the applicant to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and therefore, as mentioned, this is a non-statutory public meeting. This apparently does not work. So the subject property is located on the northeast corner of Jackson Street East and Catherine Street South. The subject property is identified as Downtown Urban Growth Center on Schedule E of the Urban Hamilton Official Plan, and Downtown Mixed Use Area and Schedule E1 of the UHOP. And the subject property is designated downtown mixed use in this downtown Hamilton secondary plan, as well as identified as high-rise 2, which permits a maximum of 30 stories. The policies of the downtown Hamilton secondary plan identify the importance of the Niagara Escarpment, restricting the height of development to not exceed the height of the Niagara Escarpment, whereas both the 39-story tower and the 30-story tower both exceed the height of the escarpment, with heights of 32.8 meters above the escarpment and 3 meters above the escarpment, respectively. The subject property is zoned downtown Central Business District, D1, H17, H19, and H20 zone, which permits a multiple dwelling and a range of commercial uses, but restricts the maximum height to a maximum of 89 meters on the easterly portion of the property, so this part here, and 93 meters for the balance of the property. The applicant applied for a site-specific zoning bylaw to establish a site-specific D1, which included modifications, including increasing the maximum building base facade height, so the maximum height of a podium, from 7.5 meters to 16 meters along both Catherine Street South and Jackson Street East, to permit or to not require a step back from the building base for approximately 20% of each tower, whereas 3 meters of step back is required from the building base. And then also to increase the maximum building height from 89 meters for the easterly portion and 93 meters for the westerly portion to 122 meters and 96 meters for the 2 towers. The subject property includes an existing commercial parking area. The surrounding area includes, to the north, a multiple mixed-use development, Landmark Place, as well as a motor vehicle service station. To the south is an existing multiple dwelling, as well as existing mixed-use buildings. To the east is outdoor storage for, right here is for this commercial industrial development that's located there, to the east. And then on the west, to the west is surface parking as well as a commercial uses. And then I should point out that a block to the west is Princess Square in front of the courthouse, which is identified as a primary gathering space in the downtown Hamilton secondary plan, and the policies of the secondary plan do not permit the casting of new net shadows onto primary gathering spaces between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. at the equinox, and whereas the proposed development will cast new shadows on the Princess Square during this time. So this is a concept plan of the proposed development for the subject lands. So you have the 30-story tower on the west portion and the 39-story tower on the east. This is the ground floor plan, which includes commercial ground floor towards the corner of Catherine and Jackson, and as well as at-grade residential units, and then parking in behind, and then the lobby space in the middle. So this is the elevation, south elevation plan for Jackson Street East for the proposed development. So you can have the 39-story tower, the 30-story tower. This is the westerly elevation from Catherine, as well as the easterly elevation, and then this is the northerly elevation. Just to do a quick, some photos of the site. This is the westerly portion of the property, and then further beyond you can see Landmark Place. This is the easterly portion of the property, and you can see further in the background 154 Main Street East. This is the existing multiple dwelling, 9-story multiple dwelling located at 55 Catherine Street South, looking south, west. This is the existing low-rise buildings of 118 through 132 Jackson Street East, located at the south of the subject property, as seen from Jackson Street looking southeast. This is a photo of the existing commercial parking at 46 and 48 Catherine Street South, as well as the commercial building at 33 Bowen Street, located to the west of the subject property, and as seen from the intersection of Jackson and Catherine, looking northwest. One public submission was received seeking information on the applications, but no issues, no concerns or issues were raised by the members of the public. The report prepared by staff recommended that the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment be denied on the basis that the proposed development is not consistent with the PPS, does not conform to the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, does not conform to the Urban Hamilton official plan and downtown Hamilton secondary plan with regards to matters including but not limited to the proposed building height exceeding the height of the Niagara Escarpment and increased shadow impacts on a primary gathering space, and that the proposal is not considered to be good planning and in opinion of staff is an overdevelopment of the site based on, again, the height relative to the Niagara Escarpment as well as the shadow impacts on the primary gathering space. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Daniel. Before I open the floor to questions, I do have just kind of a base question for either you or for staff. So this is a non-statutory public meeting. So can I just get clarification for the purpose of this meeting and what that means exactly?
Rachel McBean, Legal Services. Through the chair, the appeal was received for non-decision last Thursday after that this public hearing was already scheduled, so it was converted to a non-statutory meeting. That being said, this is an appeal for non-decision. Pursuant to the Planning Act, however, any information received by council with respect to this hearing today, including public information, would be required to be submitted to the tribunal and the tribunal to have regard for that information.
Thank you. And that would also include if committee were to deny this application, that decision would then be on the record at the tribunal.
Through the chair, that is correct, that the city would put that information towards the record. The consideration of the tribunal of that decision and its would ultimately be to the discretion of the tribunal.
Okay, thank you. So with that, opening the floor to questions, Councillor Wang.
I still don't understand this non-statutory. So what you're saying is that last Thursday there was an appeal that's already been put through the process. So even whatever information we put forward at this particular meeting will go into the record, but really doesn't have any sort of bearing on the appeal at all. Is that correct?
So through the chair, to provide a bit of context, so the Planning Act requires generally where a decision of council is made that the tribunal has regard to that. There's also another provision that says in the case of a non-decision, any information received by council, including any public submissions, would be required to have, for the tribunal to have regard to that information. With respect to the treatment of a decision rendered today, my understanding is that would ultimately be to the discretion of the tribunal. And with respect to the Planning Act requirements of a consideration of a decision, it is to have regard to, which is a bit more of an open concept than perhaps council would like to see. However, so the purpose of this meeting, I suppose, is to allow for public to make comment if they wanted to, as it was already on the agenda, to make public submissions and for council to receive the information that was provided by staff in a public open setting. It would also serve, if I may add, it would also serve to provide instructions for the purposes of opposition, if those instructions, or if that was the position of council going forward, the position of council to staff would also be the purpose of this vote.
Thank you, Solicitor McBean. Moving forward on my question, then I just wanted a point of clarification. I thought I heard Planner Barnett say that the east side was the Niagara Escarpment side is meant to be like 89 meters, but the east side actual building is actually 39 stories, which is far beyond. Is that correct then?
So through the chair, basically how the secondary plan lays out mapping that shows what the height of the escarpment is for various sections of the downtown. And basically there's like a line kind of cutting through about roughly around here. On the secondary plan mapping, on that side of the line, it's 89 meters. On this side of the line, it's 93 meters is the maximum height, based on the zoning, basically. And then in terms of the secondary plan, it deals with it in terms of height above sea level. But in this case, basically, the 89 meters here, they're proposing 122 meters for that 39-story building. And then over here, where it's 93 meters, the 30-story building, while meeting the story numbers in the secondary plan, exceeds the height of the escarpment by 3 meters because they're proposing 96 meters for the 30-story tower.
Okay.
So both buildings exceed the height of the escarpment in terms of the number of meters.
Okay. Thank you for that. My second question then is, when you talk about the 3-story podium, perhaps you can go back and just speak a little bit more about what is the intent and what is permitted within that 3-story podium.
So through the chair, to clarify, under the current zoning provisions, they require to have a maximum height of 7.5 meters, which is about 1, maybe 2-story podium in the zoning bylaw because of the narrow nature of the 2 streets that they are on. They are proposing a 3-story podium with I said 3 to 4-story because there's a 4-story section kind of in the middle connecting the 2 towers.
Okay.
But otherwise, they're proposing a 3-story podium for the majority of the area surrounding the 2 towers, basically. And the height that they have asked for in the bylaw is 16 meters for a podium height, which is obviously higher than the 7.5, which is why one of the modifications they asked for was to increase that podium height or building base facade height from 7.5 to 16 meters.
So again, just to clarify, essentially every single part of this potential development is exceeding what is in our official plan.
In terms of the height, yes. In terms of the podium height, yes. I mean, there's other things like setbacks and step backs, like, for example, tower separation, that they are meeting those requirements. However, as did mention in the report, that a lot of those provisions were set up on the assumption of a 30-story building. So a lot of the tall building guidelines were kind of built upon the premise of a 30-story building. They have not been obviously contemplated taller buildings, whether a greater separation distance between towers is needed in that context. So that's one of the issues we were struggling with in terms of this application, is that they are exceeding the height of kind of of the escarpment, which was really clearly established in the secondary plan, that we did not want buildings to exceed the height of the escarpment. They're obviously exceeding that. And then on top of that, kind of a lot of our guidelines are based on 30-story buildings.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not seeing any further speakers on the speakers list for questions, so I need a mover and a seconder to receive the staff presentation. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Wang. All in favor or opposed? I'm going to refresh. There we go. And that carries 10-0. Thank you. David Folletta with Boesvelds is in attendance today. I'll ask David to come down.
Good morning. Is it still morning? I don't know. Oh, it's not. Oh, good afternoon, Chair, members of committee, staff, and the public. My name is David Folletta, and I'm a registered professional planner with Bousfields, and we're the planning consultant to the applicant DiCenzo Construction Company Limited. I'm also joined by Anthony DiCenzo, Alan Bust, Vienna Medeiros from the ownership group. I will be brief with my comments today. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things for the committee in their consideration of the staff report related to the site's location, a brief review of the file, a discussion on the appeal, and then why I'm actually here today. So in terms of the site's location, I think Daniel did a really good job highlighting its location within the downtown. Just wanted to add a couple of additional items to that. We know it's in the downtown core within your urban growth center. It also has it's currently a surface parking lot. It's an extremely large site in your downtown core. It's about half hectare or 1.23 acres. It has 141 feet on Catherine and 430 feet along Jackson. Again, a very large site in your downtown core, which is extremely underutilized as a surface parking. It's got great access to existing transit. We're 200 meters from the Hunter GO station, 160 meters from the Mary Street LRT stop, and the James Street stop, as well as really great higher order transit, or sorry, bus transit along Main Street and our north-south streets. And most importantly, in terms of its location, it's directly south from the tallest tower in the city, the 43-story landmark place building. In terms of a review of the file, you heard Daniel tell you that the application was filed in December of 2022. In addition to that, we started discussions with the city back in December of 2020. That's when we filed our formal consultation. We also had a community meeting in March and a design review panel meeting in March as well of 2023 of this year. I also heard Daniel say that we received comments in May of this year. We spent the summer preparing for resubmission, and we did make that resubmission last week. And unfortunately, the contents of that resubmission did not make its way into the staff report because the staff report was already written. And that's part of the reason why the application was appealed. We were a bit frustrated to hear that the application was being brought forward to a planning committee and that a report was. We weren't actually told of the contents or the recommendation of the report until the 15th, as you heard from Daniel, which again was disappointing. And the ownership group decided to appeal the application on that basis. It was quite clear that there was no more interest in engaging. And again, we're very disappointed that the resubmission materials, which addresses a lot of the questions and comments that found its way into the staff report. But that's not why we're here today. So we're here today with the ownership group to tell you that we want to continue to work with staff and the city on this application. We think it's a great opportunity for intensification in your downtown core. And in terms of what our ask is, it's very clear. We're just requesting that committee and council direct staff to engage in meaningful mediation as part of the appeal. Well, we heard earlier in today's committee that sometimes applications are appealed for a variety of reasons, and we want to, look to the OLT to make those decisions. But I think we've heard clear direction from the ownership group that we want to work with you and we want to get to a resolution. So that's why we're here, and I'd be happy to answer any questions at this point.
Thank you. Any questions from committee? Councillor Kretsch?
Thanks. Yeah, I had two general questions for you. One was about the community consultation, where you held it, and what feedback you received during the community consultation.
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, that's a great question. You were in attendance. It was an online meeting. Many of these meetings are online today for community open houses. Our office hand-delivered a number of flyers about the meeting to all the residents within approximately 200 meters of the site. So they went to each of the existing apartment buildings around. They had discussions with a lot of the neighborhood residents. Only one resident showed up in opposition. not in opposition. They showed up to the meeting asking clarification questions about types of uses, range of units, as well as some specific details about the site and where it's located. But again, no opposition. We haven't heard any opposition from the public to date, and that's part of the reason why we're here today.
Thanks. To clarify, I made up 50% of the attendance at a public meeting. And I want to say that because I think it's an important thing to suggest, and I suggested at that time that it be rescheduled to hear from the public. One person coming to a community meeting tells me that regardless of your efforts, which I'm sure were good in trying to reach out with people, it didn't work. So in terms of community consultation, I want that on the record. In terms of you saying you want to work with the city to solve this, to work further on this, that's of course how the settlement process works at the Ontario Land Tribunal, is you have an opportunity to do that. Of course, you've had many opportunities before now to do that. I want to ask you a question about what the remarks are from the design review panel discussion as part of this report. In the design review panel portion of this report, I think it fairly, I'll ask you, do you think it fairly summarizes the city's position in that section? It kind of goes over all the different issues that the design review panel brought up. I watched the online meeting, summarized it pretty well. At the end of that section, though, it says that there was no response from you folks about the design review panel recommendations to the city. So I want to ask you if you did respond and when you responded.
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, we did respond to the design review panel comments in our resubmission. Again, that meeting took place in March. Part of our normal application process is you provide one resubmission, so we're not doing things in piecemeal. So that was provided. And in terms of your comments regarding the community consultation meeting, again, I do want to mention that today is also a statutory public meeting, so additional feedback, there's an opportunity for additional feedback today, and that's part of the reason why we're here. And we did respond to the community consultation elements in our resubmission as well, and we were looking to work with staff to determine whether or not any additional public consultation would be necessary. So, thank you.
Those are my questions. I'll save the rest of my remarks for the report.
Thank you, Councillor. On our speakers list of Councillor Wang, and then I have a question myself. Councillor Wang?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, what was the intention behind the super tall 3-story podium? What did you intend to put in that area there?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, the podium accommodates ground floor commercial uses, which you heard from Daniel, as well as amenity space. You also heard from Daniel that there's a significant amount of indoor and outdoor amenity space in and around 50,000 square feet, which is quite significant, as well as the back portion of the podium accommodates parking, so there is structured parking along the laneway. But in terms of the height of the podium, it's quite low. It's a 3-story podium, which is, as Daniel mentioned, a little bit taller than what the guidelines seek. But it's also pulled back from the street edges, which is different than most developments in the downtown core. And the idea is to create a larger, more prominent streetscape. And in our opinion, we've rationalized that height of that podium, not only in our submission materials, but as well as in our resubmission materials.
Thank you. Perhaps you can just dig a little bit deeper into the 50,000 square foot outside amenity type space. So I wonder if you can give us a little more understanding as to what does that mean and what would that potentially look like? Through you, Chair.
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, it's a combination of both indoor and outdoor amenity space. So it generally is in and around 2 square meters per unit. So it's quite significant in terms of the amount. And that will include outdoor amenity spaces like lounging areas, barbecue areas. The details of those amenity spaces have not been determined as of yet. It's just identifying them through this rezoning process, and then through the required site plan application process, we'll identify what the contents of those rooms are in those outdoor amenity spaces. So, like a party room and other things of that nature. But again, those specific details have yet to be determined.
Okay. Chair, I think I might be I have a question around affordable housing, and I don't know if this is the right venue to ask this particular agent, mostly because its location is near a transit corridor. It will be on the LRT route. It is obviously 200 meters from the Hunter Street GO station. So I wonder if there is an opportunity to speak or ask about whether affordable housing has made it into any type of consideration for this development at all.
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, it has not. It's not part of the formal application submission. I will note that we are following along. The city is advancing its affordable housing policies related to MTSAs, and we'll be engaging with them in that regard. So nothing at this point.
Last question then is what type of climate adaptation or low impact development have you considered for this particular development, or has there been any type of consideration for something like that? Through you, Chair.
Through you, Chair, to the councillor. That's a great question. The details of the sustainable building elements are contained within our resubmission materials. That was one of the questions staff asked, and again, it's identified throughout the staff report. So there's a number of elements, including green technologies like car charging stations and other elements that I don't have handy at the moment. But again, we have considered those elements at the request of staff, and they form part of our resubmission.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. So I'm going to hand the chair to you. A couple questions from me. So it seems that there's two kind of main sticking points here. One is the height, with the 30 stories being in part of the downtown's secondary plan and 39 stories being the application. Was that addressed in your resubmission materials?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, yes, it was. We, again, rationalized the heights. So the heights have not changed in terms of the resubmission, but we've sort of rationalized our opinions. And again, it's an official plan policy, and the application is for an official plan amendment specifically to that policy, as well as the other policy that Daniel mentioned related to the new net shadow impact on the park. And the resubmission materials addresses those, in our opinion.
Okay. Thank you. And then on the infrastructure capacity, so the staff report specifically says that the proposed official plan amendment does not demonstrate adequate infrastructure capacity. To me, putting the development proposal aside, that is a kind of a fundamental issue. So was that addressed in your resubmission?
Through you, Chair, to the Chair. Through you, Chair, to the Chair. I keep getting confused, but yes, it was addressed. That was part of the reason why the resubmission took so long. We needed some additional analysis in terms of capacity and flows in the existing infrastructure around the site. So yes, it was addressed, and we've identified that there is sufficient capacity to accommodate the proposed development.
Thank you. And my final question is just, is there a way forward that doesn't involve an appeal to the OLT? I know you've already filed that appeal, and now we have this decision here, but it seems that there should be a way forward that doesn't involve, actually having to get to the OLT in a legal proceeding. Do you have any thoughts on that further to what you've already shared?
Yeah, through you, Chair, to the councillor, there's been numerous examples, and I've worked on a number of projects where even though an application has been appealed to the tribunal, that there continue to be, without prejudice negotiations and mediation, either, OLT-led or, private consulting-led mediation that helps resolve this. Unfortunately, the application has been appealed, and there is a formal process, but it doesn't mean that discussions can't continue. And I'm sure this council has received, and this committee has received, numerous in-camera discussions about appeals, and we're hoping that you will give that direction to staff to continue to work with us and engage in that mediation.
Thank you. And just a follow-up question to that, would it be possible or would you be willing to withdraw that official appeal if this recommendation was also deferred for future discussion, or are you still carrying forward with the appeal and then that will be negotiated through the OLT process?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, that's a great question. Unfortunately, lawyers get paid a lot more money than planners, and that's probably a better question for the lawyers. I don't know. Like, I think now that the application has been appealed, that the tribunal now has the authority on that specific application, so it would require a resubmission or a new application altogether. Again, I don't know the answer to that question, unfortunately.
Okay. Thank you. I'll take the chair back. Those are all my questions. I'm not seeing anyone else on the speakers list. So with that, I take it you are not in support of the staff report.
Not in support, yeah.
Thank you. So I need a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Wang. All in favor or opposed? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to item 10.5, 117 Jackson Street East in Hamilton? I'm not seeing anyone in chambers, no one online. Second time, any members of the public that wish to speak to item 10.5? And a third and final time, any members of the public that wish to speak to item 10.5, 117 Jackson Street East? Not seeing anyone in chambers or online, so I need a mover and a seconder that the public submissions in the staff report were received and considered by the committee and that the public meeting is closed. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Wang. That is unanimous, thank you. And on to the report, I need a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations, which is to deny the application. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, and then we'll open up the floor. Seconded by Councillor Francis. Discussion on the item. I'll go to the ward councillor, Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks. I'll have some comments, but first a question for staff. I just wanted to go to that section in the report about the design review panel. And I wanted just to clarify, use an adjective to describe the response, and I wanted to give you a chance to explain what you meant by that. When I asked the applicant's representative if they had made a response to the design review panel, they said yes. Here I read from the report, at the time of the writing of this report, a detailed response to the comments provided by the design review panel has not been provided by the applicant. And so I don't know what the range of kinds of responses are that you usually receive versus a response versus a detailed response. But if you could sort of unpack that comment, I would appreciate it.
Sure. Through the chair, in terms of the report, this report was written and signed off by senior staff before that submission came in, which only came in last Tuesday. So we only got the revised submission, revised kind of resubmission last Tuesday. So this report obviously was written before that.
Thanks. I appreciate you clarifying that because it's not clear. I think sometimes the date should be put in there. If you're saying at the time of writing this report, I think throw the date in there so we know. I don't think myself or anybody else can figure out when you wrote the report versus the date on the report. So I think that's an important thing to point out because the report is the basis of some of the information we're considering today. My only comments, I guess, on this are that based on the questions that were asked today, it's clear that the applicants are going to go through the Ontario Land Tribunal process and are going to continue to seek the appeal and go through that process to get an outcome. It is a large parcel, relatively speaking, for downtown. I think that's a correct assessment. There's lots of other spaces that get developed that are much smaller. Given that, there's been no community consultation from my perspective. I happen to know the other person who was at the meeting with me, so I've had a chance to speak with them. And relatively speaking, when the city councillor makes up 50% of the attendees at a community consultation, that is not a community consultation. And saying now, well, we'll go to planning staff and ask them if they think that we should do more community consultation in the context of an OLT appeal settlement is not community consultation. It's a significant project with large massing that goes above the escarpment, and the applicant has done nothing to engage with the community. That's a huge problem, especially when we're talking about how dense this neighborhood is. In the next 5 to 7 years, the amount of development in the Corktown neighborhood is expected to probably be the most development we're going to see in Ward 2. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of additional units being planned for this neighborhood. And I'll say that the Corktown neighborhood in the past has been very engaged in these developments and has helped organize meetings. I've been at a couple with many, many, many dozens of people at them. In a time of unprecedented engagement, I think this is really shocking. I'm going to support staff's recommendations on their basis, but I wanted to say that for the record that I think we have to make the best effort we can to engage with the community. Obviously, in situations like this, the location is not up for debate. It's where the land has been purchased. But everything else should be open for public discussion and input. So that we're not doing that, I consider it to be a serious problem. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion? If not, Councillor Cassar?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Danko. What I thought I heard from the presenter was that comments were made and submitted based on in March. And what I heard in the answer from Councillor Kretsch is that comments were just received with a resubmission last week. So I'm trying to reconcile that because it's quite two very different stories. Daniel, if you could potentially elaborate through your chair.
In terms of what comments being provided to the applicant in May, so staff comments were provided to the applicant in May of this year, basically. So planning comments saying, here, in our planning opinion, we don't support, for example, the height of the building. That was provided in May to the applicant, and then they submitted a resubmission to us on the 26th of September, so last Tuesday.
Okay. Just a brief comment. Development on what is a parking lot now needs to happen. I think that's very, very important. So I don't think anyone is arguing that. It's just the quality and the features of it, which is unfortunate that we haven't been able to get to a resolution. So, okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. One question and a couple comments from me. So Councillor Wang, if you could take the chair. So just on the public consultation component, just so I'm clear, the applicants have met their statutory requirements for consultation.
Senator Barnett.
So yeah, through the chair, there was obviously a public open house meeting. I was also in attendance on that meeting, and basically in terms of meeting their statutory requirements in terms of public consultation, they have met it. Obviously there was comment from the councillor at that meeting about having greater consultation given the fact that it was poorly attended. But yes, they have met their statutory requirements.
Thank you. So just so we are clear that we have to work under the Planning Act. So when the applicant have met their requirements under the Planning Act, they have done what they are obligated to do. And to be clear or honest, I don't see there being any real interest in this project from the public because there's nobody here today and there's one letter on the agenda. So as of right now, I'm not really concerned about a lack of consultation. There are many projects that go forward where nobody gets involved or organizes to have a discussion on. The one we heard earlier where there was a community meeting with hundreds of people, there's obviously significant public input to that. This one, I don't see it. I am really reluctant to vote to deny this because it is the kind of really major infill development that we need in the downtown core, going from a parking lot to a 39-story building. That's development charges, and that's a huge amount of tax revenue that we desperately need as a municipality. So unfortunately, I'm now in the position where I'm being asked to deny an application that is desperately needed and should go ahead on the basis just of some of the background issues. If there was any other way forward, I would be very supportive of that, but I think at this point I have no choice, but I do have to vote in favor of denial. I do need to give staff that, that authority from committee, that when they do go into negotiations, that they have the support of committee. But we shouldn't have got to this point. And I guess the other part that I'm a little bit disappointed in is the fact of the timing here. My understanding was that the agenda was published, there was a negative recommendation from staff, and then the appeal was filed in response to that. As is the applicant's right, but again, it just, it feels like we are standing in the way of a significant redevelopment in the downtown core that is jobs in the construction, commercial space, residential space, everything that we're advocating for as a city when we're saying no urban boundary expansion. This is it in exactly the right place. So I'm very hopeful that with denial today, hopefully that will be unanimous, because we do need to give that authority to our staff. But that the negotiations will lead to a positive outcome for the community and for the city of Hamilton. Thank you. I'll take the chair back. There's some additional speakers. First time I'll go to Councillor Maureen Wilson, and then I'll come back to Councillor Kretsch for the final word. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I will be supporting the staff recommendation. Just a word of caution from my perspective. This is the ward that is bearing the brunt of the density. And I will forever recall a remark of our chief planner that density without design is a disaster. In our rush to get necessary housing, yes, but housing, particularly of this bulk and size, is a legacy piece. It has a lingering and long-lasting effect on community. It affects our ability to organize as community. It impacts street design. So I guess that's my only caution in our rush to achieve our housing goals. Absolutely. But the developer and the development community, which provides for good jobs for those who work on their behalf. I've always said it's a privilege to build housing, and my hope would be that they would honor the site, honor the community, and build something that we're all proud of, not 1 year from now, not 10 years from now, but 50 years from now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks. I will be brief. I agree with Councillor Cassar's point earlier, and I agree with your point about needing to build density in the core. This being a surface parking lot, those things are not staff's not objecting to those things. Staff's not saying that those things aren't true or that they're not important. What they're saying, and they've made a very detailed submission, is that for many, many reasons, they think this doesn't conform to the downtown secondary plan, doesn't conform to the regulations put forward with respect to the escarpment, which this council, I think even, last council, I think even this council have kind of re-ratified as a core principle for what we want to achieve with respect to how we build near the escarpment. So there's a long list of other things here. So I don't think no one's saying that this parking lot shouldn't be developed. I'm a fan of developing parking lots. I do think, though, that, to your point, Chair Danko, about, people did meet a statutory requirement. I really want to emphasize, though, and I've said this before I was elected, and I'll keep saying it, this instrument is not a public instrument. I don't care if on our application it says there's going to be a public meeting. I've watched dozens and dozens of planning committee meetings, and I can tell you that it's only ever been a handful of people to show up here from the public. So that in itself tells me this is not a good instrument for getting public engagement. I do really think that we have to think about that as part of this process, right? Yes, you can hold a meeting, and yes, one person can come, but that doesn't do it. Now, I'm not suggesting that's why I'm saying this shouldn't go ahead. I said the reason why I'm supporting the denial is based on what staff said. I just want that comment on the record for the community and for the public to know that we have to do better. Everyone's got to do better to make sure we engage in these kinds of discussions. And I know the public would care, would care to have this discussion, especially if they were aware to the extent of this development, the scale of it, the scope of it, all those kinds of things. If those things were foregrounded and the public was given the right kind of notice to attend. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I see no further speakers on the speakers list. So in that case, we're going to go to a vote. I can't remember who the mover and second was. Councillor Crutch and Councillor Francis. So just a reminder that a vote yes is a vote to approve the report recommendations to deny. Clear? Okay. All in favor or opposed? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. So it's 12:45. Does committee wish to continue with the remainder of the agenda? There's really only a couple items left, or do we wish to take a break? Keep going. Keep going? Okay. Item 11.1, sign variance appeal SV-14-005 for the property known as 523 Carlisle Road, Flamborough, denied by the Director of Development Planning and appealed by the owner. Does the committee wish to see the staff presentation? Not seeing any. Okay. So I need a mover and a seconder to waive the staff presentation. Moved by Councillor McNeil. Oh, okay. Okay, perfect. So then we have the report before us. I do need a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations in the report, which is to deny the appeal, to put this on the floor. Who'd like to put it on the floor? Moved by Councillor Maureen Wilson, seconded by Councillor Crutch. Discussion on item 11.1. Councillor McMeekin.
Yes, thanks, Chair Danko. I didn't want to hear necessarily from the staff because the staff are simply doing their job. Their job is to interpret the bylaw and make recommendations based on it, and based on that, this application should be denied. That having been said, I want to see it the option to accept this, and I want to explain in a little bit of detail exactly why I feel strongly about it. This is very much as the presenter stated, a branding exercise for Caniff. Now, I have a confession to make. The late, great Iggy Caniff and I were good friends. We did a lot of things together and a lot of work in the community. In the last 20 years of his life, he probably donated tens of millions of dollars to various community projects, including some in my beloved Flamborough. He was instrumental in leading the fight to have one of only 2 MZOs I can recall the previous government ever issuing. That was to stop the St. Mary's Quarry up in North Flamborough. It would have impacted the water table. He was a local hero. The Caniff brand is very strong in that area, and what I enjoyed most about Iggy was golfing with him. He was about 20 years older than me, and he beat me every time we played, which is not surprising. Anyway, that's not a good reason one way or the other, but I just wanted to share that. This particular sign issue is frankly in the middle of nowhere. It's in the middle of the golf course, for goodness sakes, on top of a bell tower, which says, hey, this is a Caniff property, the kind of branding that's been done in other communities. And I don't, I'm not a big fan of bylaws that I don't think always make sense. And I think it would be prudent for obviously the business, and we're part of wanting to affirm local businesses, particularly when affirming them isn't going to do any harm in the community, to do so. So I'd like to see this recommendation rejected. No slant on staff. Staff are doing their job, and they're doing it well, and they came in with the right recommendation. I just, for a lot of personal and community-based reasons, the Caniff brand in North Flamborough is strong. I don't see any opposition in the local community to proceeding with this. And in a small kind of a way, it's almost a bit of a memorial to a man I came to respect so much. So I'd urge council to vote against the staff recommendation and allow the sign to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. On our speakers list, Councillor Crutch. Go ahead.
Unfortunately, these are the very reasons I'll be voting against it, actually. I've been pretty clear in the public record that I'm not a fan of naming things after people. I'm also not a fan of this idea of a branding exercise for a corporation and highlighting this telecommunications tower as some kind of a landmark by emblazoning a logo across it. I don't think it's the right thing to do. I understand that it's in an isolated location. I get that it's not going to have a kind of impact that maybe you would have in a dense urban area like Ward 2. I understand that bit of it. But I do really think that the municipality shouldn't be getting involved in these kinds of things, period. I don't think it sends the right message. I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Beattie, followed by Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I'm happy to support the ward councillor on this. In my view, this is similar to something that took place in the Ward 10 community pertaining to signs. I think that it actually does send a good message that we look at things in a nuanced way, and sometimes we do find that there are extenuating circumstances outside of the bylaw that should be considered. Having heard the ward councillor's interpretation and respecting the viewpoint that he brings forward on behalf of his community, I would support the direction that Councillor McMeekin is heading, and hopeful that others would follow as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Next on our speakers list, Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you very much. To the best of my knowledge, the city still has a facility naming subcommittee whose purpose is to honor, in a lot of instances, people who have given to their community in a variety of ways and means. I'm having a little bit of difficulty. We have a sign bylaw whose purpose should not be waived just to reflect someone's legacy. This city seems to have a great deal of love and affection for signs, such that they, I think, impair the beauty that is actually should be our real legacy. So it does not meet our sign bylaw, and I won't be able to support the councillor on this. I'll be upholding the staff recommendation in my vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cassar.
Thank you, Chair Danko. It was brought up earlier today around the fact that this is a 9-year-old, or the report or the last decision made on this from 2014. So I'm just curious why this is coming to us 9 years after the last correspondence would be my interpretation of, through you, Chair.
That is a good question.
Yes, so through the chair, so basically the original report, which was signed off by the director, was done in 2014. And then basically there was I think a miscommunication in terms of who had to bring the kind of the delegation to the planning committee, and then it basically but once we were kind of informed that this was that had been overlooked, we brought it to as quickly as possible to planning committee.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, to clarify. So in the process is when a sign variance is denied, the applicant writes the city clerk to schedule when the matter can be dealt with by planning committee. The applicant did write, the application was denied. They notified the city clerk's office, and there was back and forth communication with the applicant, but there was never, a meeting was never scheduled or a date to consider the original denial back in 2014. The applicant, for whatever reason, went ahead and proceeded to install the sign as they wished. And then the matter sort of went into abeyance until recently the applicant came forward to renew the sign. And that's what triggered it. They were inquiring about the building department about updating the sign. It's a monopole. It's a cell tower structure. And that's what sort of reactivated the file, and hence why it's now in front of committee. So the sign has existed more or less since 2015 without the necessary permits. 2014, 2015, but it was because it was time to renew the sign. There was correspondence back and forth, as I understand it, with the councillor's office and the building department and staff. And then we said, okay, we needed to bring this forward to recognize or legalize the matter. So that is, there seemed to have been some confusion back in 2014, 2015 as to what had or had not happened. And there was no wrong done, no fault pointing at anyone. It was just this, it never actually got scheduled to the planning committee, and the applicant was under the impression that they had obtained the necessary approvals. I'm just not sure what was the breakdown in the communication or what transpired at that point in time, which led. But ultimately, we felt it was important to bring it forward to resolve this matter today, so that the applicant, which is Caniff Construction, not Caniff the individual, that's the nature of the sign. I just wanted to clarify that one point. Although the Caniff Construction or Caniff Developments is owned by the former Mr. Caniff, it is actually Caniff, the company which owns the golf course, is seeking to put their company logo on the sign as opposed to any individual's name on the sign, although the company and the individual, it's the same name. Sorry, but I just thought I was just trying to clarify with very confusing set of facts around the situation. And sorry, and the other one is, you know, as we've said before, is, and you know, as the councillor indicated, we administer the sign bylaw, but there is a recognition that our sign bylaw needs updating, and it is part of on the departmental work plan to update the sign bylaw. But until such time as the bylaw is updated, staff evaluated against the in-force, in effect sign bylaw. And as it relates to this property, there have been no changes to the bylaw since 2014. Hence, the staff recommendation to deny the sign is the recommendation that's being presented to Planning Committee today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. My question was kind of going down the path of if they waited 9 years and didn't have a decision and didn't get approval for the sign, why is it really all that important? What I heard there was that the sign did go up 9 years ago. I did not get that impression from the delegate this morning. So could we just get confirmation whether there is a sign or not?
My apologies. The panels were installed. The logo was never installed.
Okay.
So half the sign was installed.
Gotcha.
And for whatever reason, and it was, as I understand it, they approached the city recently to either update the panels or to complete the sign installation, at which time it was determined that the process had not come to its conclusion, in the sense that they never had their day in court, in that Planning Committee never dealt with the denial of their application back in 2014. My apologies for the confusion.
No, yeah, okay, so that helps. So that kind of reinforces where I was thinking is they've gone 9 years without having a sign, and I think there's been no harm done to the company. It's not a critical thing. What I've also heard, and we heard this in previous meetings, that a sign bylaw update will happen, and to be consistent with how I voted in previous decisions, I would say I would vote no now to allowing it, and see what the new sign bylaw we approve are, and then reevaluate at that time. And if it fits in, then we can support it then, or I would support it then. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not seeing any further speakers on the speakers list. So we'll go to the vote. Who's my mover and seconder?
Myself.
It was Councillor Chrétien, Councillor Wilson. So a vote yes to approve the recommendations in the report, which is to deny. So we're clear? Okay. All in favor or opposed? And that is approved 6-4. Okay, so item 11.2, Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee Report 23-009. Mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations. Moved by Councillor Crutch, seconded by Councillor Wang. Is there any discussion on item 11.2? Sorry, Councillor Wilson, I missed your hand there. No discussion? All in favor or opposed? That carries unanimously. Motions, there are none. Notices of motion, not seeing any. Acting General Manager, do you have an update? The Acting General Manager has left the building.
He did indicate earlier that there would not be an update today.
Okay. So in that case, I believe I need a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. All in favor or opposed? Hour and 48 minutes ahead of schedule. Yes, there is food. And make sure you please take food. That's approved. We're adjourned. Thank you.